Good morning, everybody. I decided for the hell of it to start up again today just because I plan to get in some work anyway. Figured I might as well get some practice. Just gonna open up a window. It's a bit closed up in here. Morning, Zari. Great to see ya. Got a lot of gear to get grinding on. How are you, man? We ended up sticking around late last night, so I didn't even manage to clean out my bags before I went to bed. We managed to kill the last boss of LBRS, and then I jumped straight off, went to bed, so I haven't even gotten a chance to sort through any of this stuff here. Nice. How goes with you? Hey, good question. I'm not sure yet. I mean, I'm fairly positive that I need a little bit from everywhere. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, they're preparing for the new dungeon as well, right? The new mythic race to world first thing is just about to start. Wasn't it like next week or something? If from what I read. Yeah, well, we did the first guild raid last night, just for the hell of it. UBRS 10-man went super quickly. Season starts at 4 for America. Okay, on the 5th. Yeah, I think I saw that somewhere as well. I've usually ended up watching the race to world first competition from the various guilds. It's it's enjoyable to watch. They bring such an insane meta mindset and all that to the game that I think it's interesting to see how they how far they're able to take it sometimes. So see if I can free up some backspace. I'm not even sure that one does. I'll keep it for now. Anywho, let's see here if I can get things going. Yeah. So let me just check my pre-bis list just for the hell of it. See what was in store. A little bit of everything, basically. BRD, UBRS, Skolo. A couple of quests. I need to get I need to get working on the Hinterlands elite quests, so I get the trinket. I started a little bit the other day, got to but soloing that stuff. LBRS, good question actually, let me check. It seems that LBRS isn't necessarily, it doesn't have something, but I mean at the same time I'm not super stringent on expecting full pre-bis. It's not a big thing. I'd rather run some dungeons for the hell of it. There's still a lot of things that will be an upgrade regardless. So I'm like, if somebody else needs LBRS, I'm happy to jump in and do it as well, just to have some fun with it. So yeah. So we can do some stuff gladly. I think I'll go to. I'm not sure why I'm running this way. I was about to say think I'll go to Hinterlands and get started on the elite quests while I wake up a bit. We finished late, so I think I logged off at about midnight, but I woke up again at 6. I think it killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Need the gem. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes super sense. Let's do that. I also have some of the different gems from yesterday. Yeah, so I think I logged off at midnight. Had a sometimes if I go straight to bed after having looked at blue screen. It's a bit hard to fall asleep compared to normal. So it took me a while to get asleep, and then I normally wake up at no later than 6 when I have to go to work. So even though I could effectively sleep late this morning until like 6:45, had to wake up and get the kids up for school. I wake up just before 6 o'clock anyway. So it was a short night. No, oh well. Yeah. I will gladly take any help I can get with the needs. I mean, I could solo them, but it's tough on the pet. I'd say he's down below half life, which is okay, but the risk is always of like pulling another mob from somewhere because the positioning is off. So yeah, tricky times. Oh yeah. Yeah, can come on Discord. I'll just hook up the gear. Sure thing. Let's see if I can get this to work here. See if things are working. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And I can hear something as well.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm not muted.
No, it's fine. Yeah. It's I have this. I've been having like small issues with trying to configure the differences between when something was used for like Twitch versus Discord. Just making all the settings accurate has been a challenge because there's so many conflicting things. So it's like, okay, all of a sudden I'm like, okay, they can't hear me here, but they can hear me somewhere else instead. So yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. How goes with you?
What?
How are you?
Oh, just enjoying my morning coffee,
Nice.
trying to get some WoW in.
Yeah.
Let's see. So if we can't find anyone else, I think we can two-man this. I can also heal if needed.
Yeah.
Let me check
Good.
the general chat.
Yeah, we can probably, or maybe find somebody when we get closer, but yeah, should be fairly quickly then.
Yeah, I'm already here.
Okay. Were you there already, or in the
No,
neighborhood?
I was in the Eastern Plaguelands doing some quests
Yeah,
for
okay, fair
gold.
enough.
Yeah, I find that just questing at 60 is the best source of gold as long as I have quests.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Uh, Interland.
How's your gear coming along?
I'd say I'm pretty much pre-bis. I do have like some alternatives to like the best pre-bis items
Yeah.
because I don't have the time to grind the same dungeon over and over for
Yeah,
that
yeah,
particular one item. If I find something that's good enough or
yeah.
close
Exactly.
enough,
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just stick to that one.
That's nice. I mean,
Um,
it is just a guideline, right? I mean, it's not.
yeah, exactly. Main focus was to replace any of my greens, and I only have one left. I need some gloves, but
That's
they
nice.
refuse to drop.
Yeah, typical.
Yeah, and I need a ring from a very long quest line in Eastern Plaguelands. It's a very good armor ring for bear tanks.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm pretty much good to go. I got the Onyxia attunement. I actually did an Onyxia run on the same day I got attuned. I won nothing, so that was fun. The same run with Killhut and I think another druid,
Yeah.
Melman
Okay.
or something.
Cool.
Melman got Onyxia's head,
Yeah.
so
That's all.
that was fine.
Yeah.
And also I think Killhut got the sinew, maybe the one
Okay.
for the epic items for Hunter. You know, the bow and the
Yes.
staff.
Nice.
Yeah, those are
Cool.
really good.
Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get unlucky.
Yeah, I know. Are you attuned for Onyxia?
No, not yet. I've slowly started, but I haven't given a lot of attention yet. It's been a balance right now of also with, like you say, time to sort of say, okay, I haven't even chased gear specifically. I tried to I prioritized to quickly grind out this week's PvP because it was the week in which there's the smallest time investment. Because it was only like the first push, and then I've started gathering up some of the different quests that give the different pre-bis gear. So some of the ones that were
Mm-hmm.
quest related. So I've just started preparing a lot of things, but haven't finalized that much.
Yeah.
But then it's also been just about, okay, so if somebody wanted to do a dungeon in the guild, I've tagged along regardless of whether I needed anything, just because it's more fun. So
Yeah, I know the struggle. That's why it took me so much to get the attunement for Onyxia.
yeah,
I just
it's
kept getting sidetracked.
yeah. It's not a big deal for me. I don't feel any pressure to deliver on something specific. It's it's fun. Whatever's fun in the moment is what I'm do, because that's how I wanna keep it. Otherwise, you just burn out, and that would be a shame. So
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with grinding the same dungeon over and over
yeah,
for that one item. It's insanity.
yeah. I mean, it's fun because like last week, I was of a mindset. Okay, I plan to push the PvP, just because it would be fun to actually try to get a high rank for once. I've never done that before ever in the past 20 years. And then I started looking at the calculations of the amount of time roughly needed, and I sort of recognized, okay, maybe I might not actually get as high as I thought initially, because I'm not gonna prioritize as that time investment. Probably it might not even be realistic to keep pushing enough hours to make it to the next rank at some point. But I was like, okay, it's fine either way, because it's not my main priority anyway. So if I feel like it's fun, I'll do some more, and if I sort of at some point conclude that it's not fun anymore, then I'm just gonna park it.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I mean, it's fun at the beginning, but then it just becomes a grind and like a full-time job just to get
Yeah.
the amount of honor you need for the week.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's not fun anymore. If
No.
it's not fun, then why do it?
Yeah, I think that really becomes a thing at some point. You're like, okay, if it's not supposed to be a chore.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I should probably see if I can find some more ammo somewhere, just for the hell of it. Feels like the ammunition drops off fairly quickly sometimes. Just burn through that.
Oh, I'm thinking that after we do these elite quests, we should start working on your Onyx attunement, because it's hard to get attuned, but it's so easy to get a POG group and maybe get some free items.
Yeah.
It would be a
Yes.
shame not to do that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What step are you on right now? Have you done anything of it, or are you just at the beginning?
I'll check in 1 second. No, I'm fairly sure. The only way in which I've done anything, I think, is if I've been unfortunate enough that something happened without me knowing.
Oh.
Let's see here.
Do you have the attune?
No, I can say, okay, actually, because we killed the bosses in LBRS and UBRS last night. I'm still missing the documents. They're somewhere inside, because
they're right behind the first boss.
Okay, yeah, then I can maybe sneak in even. So
well, yeah, maybe we can get a group to kill the first boss and maybe drop my gem.
Maybe I can even actually manage to send my pet in to draw the attention, and then I can sneak past. I'll check that out.
Yeah, okay. So once you get those documents, you have the rest done. Yeah, you killed all of the bosses.
Yeah, then basically the next part will be Rend, going back to kill Rend. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's all those running back and forth, talking to people. Let's see if we go the right direction here. Okay.
What is it?
Okay, I'm getting on the flight path now. So.
Yeah, no rush.
Big plans this weekend?
No, the weather is shit here. So we had like a lot of snow last week. We don't usually get. So for the past few years, we didn't get that much snow here in the city.
Okay.
It's mainly up at the mountain.
Yeah.
And this year we got actually like 4-5 days of continuous snowing, and we got some nice snow in the city, and we spent the weekend like playing in the park and so on.
That's nice.
And the weather kind of went hotter, let's say, and started raining, so the snow is gone.
Yeah, okay.
And we were thinking, all right, let's go to the mountain, get some snow there, but we'll probably not do that because the weather is bad everywhere in the whole country. And
okay, but so people appreciate the snow when it's there, because some places it's like snow, just inconvenient.
Yeah, because we get it so rarely here in the city.
Yes.
And when I was a child, we got it every year. The winters where we had snow up to our knees, but in the past few years we were getting less and less and less and less. Up until last year, I think it snowed like once, and it didn't set. It was
I mean, I have the same. I do have a recollection of many more winters when I was a kid where there was a significant amount of snow. Nowadays, I mean, we've
Exactly.
had snow twice this year. We had one day in November and one day in February, where you get like 5-10 centimeters, but it's gone the next day because all of a sudden it goes from -5 to +5 the day after. So
Where do you live?
I live in Denmark.
Oh, in Denmark. Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually, like historically it's been fairly cold throughout the winters. Normal winter temperature would be -5, -10. This year I think we're averaging like +6 or something. So it's been kind of crazy.
I wouldn't have expected that. You're so up north.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and I think that's also like somewhat surprising factor that it's so lacking now. But yeah, climate changes.
Yeah. True.
But I mean, it's I don't. I'm not. I think I have to say that I'm in no ways a like a climate aficionado. I read an article that was sort of kept from public eye recently because some people were trying to push the climate agenda. That looking historically at the world, at the global climate, the coincidence is that the period of time in which people started to track the weather and compare how it's been developing, you basically started tracking from the point in time where it supposedly has been at the absolute coldest. So considering the fact then that the temperatures have risen since then, it will come off seeming as if things are really bad. But then if you compare it to the fact that supposedly you're going through like let's say a 50 million year cycle in which the temperatures will fluctuate, if you start measuring when it's the coldest, then it can only go one way, which is up. So the whole climate debate, there were a lot of talks in this article that the climate talks were sort of a bit unhinged in the sense that you're comparing something that doesn't really give you any credible information to compare with. So that was actually kind of interesting.
Yeah, I heard something about that. That like if you take a look at like a bigger cycle, like thousands of years, the cycle kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Of temperatures going up and then down and then up and so on.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you look at like a lot smaller slice of time, then yeah, it would look bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you look isolated at the last 100 years or something, it can look really like it's we're in a bad spot. But
Yep. So I found this other hunter.
that's great. Yeah, he's in Fairlass. He's in Ashenville. So
Oh.
Yeah.
That's quite far. Maybe
Yeah,
it has a Hearthstone
let's see.
here. And also there was a warrior that messaged me.
I'm just alt-tabbed for a second, so just call me out if there's something in game. Otherwise, I'll be back on the in a second. I was
Yeah,
just doing something else while we wait.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah. I'm back again.
All right. Just checking out your gear a bit. So you'll get the trinket from the quests, and then you'll get your other trinket from turning in Ren's head
Yeah, exactly.
or Onyx has
Yeah.
attunement. So that would be cool.
Yeah, that's a good start for
Uh,
the two of them, and then
Yeah, you need some rings.
Yeah.
Basically.
yeah, I'm gonna have to do some either like Mara and or Dynamo.
Some princess runs. I think those are fast.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we can do a couple of those. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the chest at some point is gonna come from BRD Arena.
Oh, you're hoping for SGC?
I mean, at some point it'll drop, but it's not a big deal. There's plenty of alternatives, so I'll grab whatever happens to come by as it does. So
Let me see. So Hunter, chest, phase 2. Savage Gladiator, otherwise Dire Maul North tribute run from
Yeah.
the chest.
yeah, there's also the Hunter dungeon set from Drakisath, UBRS last boss, things like that. So there's plenty of alternatives.
Night Brace Tunic, Cadaverous Armor, yeah, you have a few.
Yeah, there's also even the Rogue dungeon set. It's also a possibility.
The Shadowcraft?
Yeah, just because it has so much Aggie anyway, so it can work.
Yeah, but it's not really the best.
No, but again, it's more a case of it's not so much right now a matter of what's best necessarily. It's more what's a decent enough upgrade to be worth it, and then go from there.
Yeah, true.
Slowly but surely.
And the rings.
I didn't
So
even
there's the
manage
one
to
from
check out your
Princess.
gear either. I'll have to.
Oh, there's also a ring from the tribute run in Dire Maul North. So that's
Yeah,
double the chances of
Tarnished
getting
Elven
something
Ring.
good.
I think that's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, don't look at the carrot.
That's fine. I think it's look. I think it looks fun.
Yeah, I have a weak aura, so when I unmount,
Yeah.
it automatically swaps my trinket
Yeah. Yes.
back.
You're using? Is it an item rack you're using?
No, there's a weak aura that just swaps my trinket.
Oh, okay.
It swaps it for
Oh yeah, market turn. Yeah, okay. That's
for the carrot when I mount.
Yeah.
And swaps it back when I dismount.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I mount, it will put in the carrot.
Yeah. Oh, give me 1 second. There's somebody at the door.
Yep.
Darn, was just a drop off. Sometimes I feel like it's like a package delivery central. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my wife is ordering, but sometimes it feels like she's ordering way too much. There's people showing up every day. I'm home where I'm like, package. So okay, what did she order this time?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And then I'm like, I never order anything. Well, I'd maybe once in a while, but it's like the ratio is kind of off at least. I'm like, what? How can we keep buying more stuff?
And also for the tribute chest, you can actually, as a hunter, you can solo that pretty easily. You can check like a guide how to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's you can say there's yeah you can I mean supposedly you can actually even do like the solo tribute runs, but I don't have the proficiency for it, so
Well, we can try to 2-man it. I mean, druids can solo it as well because we can stealth pass most of it.
yeah.
I think we can do it if we want to.
Yeah.
Try something fun.
Yeah. It is it's sometimes some of those memories looking back at some of those memories from like back in the day. Those are some of the fun things. Like okay, that was back when twinking was a thing, and you did like difficult challenges and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, that's actually how I wanted to play this time around
Yeah.
because I like soloing stuff. I like to try and find ways to do things alone, like solo hard quest mobs or
Yeah.
even dungeons or even bosses in dungeons.
Yes.
And I've done a couple, and it's been quite fun. I've
Okay. What have you?
soloed like the first boss in Wailing Caverns at level 23 or 24 for
Yeah.
the pants,
Yes.
you know, and that was quite fun.
Yeah.
And a lot of things like that I like
Yeah, that's cool.
because I want, yeah, I want to enjoy the game, not
Yes.
the grind and
Yeah.
do things for fun.
Yeah. And I think if you're a first time player, then it makes sense that you might not feel comfortable doing that because you're just trying to figure out what the game is about and how to do it. But at some point on, being able to try to do these things, do something different is, I think it's super interesting. Because it adds something to the game, and you sometimes even now you see something else, new zones, or you go someplace or do something that you normally just breeze through. If you're used to running in with the group, the boss is dead in 10 seconds. All of a sudden you have to start thinking maybe even about, okay, there's gonna be a timed cast where I have to LOS something, or
Yeah,
it adds
yeah,
a
yeah.
layer of like challenge that is kind of fun. I did before Sith and I swapped over to playing here on retail. We were playing on a private server, and we actually, because we'd been playing there for years, and it was getting a bit tedious. We ended up making like a three man. I want to call it like a dungeon twink. So we created 3 level 1 characters, and then I think we leveled to maybe level 15, and then we tried to solo every dungeon as 3 players, so 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 DPS. And it requires a bit more challenge because you have to
Yeah.
really consider your options. So we had 1 mage, so we had 1 sheep, which lasted maybe like 10 seconds, and a paladin tank, and a chamois healer. So okay, but trying to sort of plan out opportunities was fun. Stack up on engineering things like bombs and target dummies, just to give yourself a fighting chance. But yeah, that was really enjoyable because it was trying to play the game in like a new way.
Yeah, because after so many years of playing and min-maxing and doing things like everybody else is doing them, there's no more fun left in
Yeah,
that.
I remember. Sorry, you talked about
And
that. That's
I,
awesome.
at least I try to find new things. So that's why I'm playing Druid. I've
Yeah,
never played Druid
yeah,
up until now.
yes,
I've played Priest for years and years.
yes,
Uh, have in that time I wasn't really much into alts, so I had like a low levels, maybe a rogue and a hunter or something, but mainly priest. And I wanted to try classes that I've never played before
of
and see
course.
how they are.
Yeah, yeah,
Do something different,
yes.
you know?
But I mean, you know what? You always, that you always have a class you can go back to, right? If you want something familiar, or but I think also sometimes branching out, trying to do something differently is also in it. Can be an experience because some classes play so differently.
Well, Yeah, that's why I'm leveling a priest because
Yeah.
I've noticed that we don't really
Yeah.
have many in our
Yeah.
guild, maybe just one level
Yeah.
60 priest.
Yes.
And I think it would help to have another one at least.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
not
Yeah.
I'm not as good as I used to be, but I
Nah.
still know my way around it.
Yeah, yeah. There's
And
still
and
some things on your muscle memory that
yeah, exactly.
uh,
And when we need a healer or priest or something, I
yeah.
can just jump into that one
Yeah.
and help the
Yeah, yeah.
guild. But otherwise, I just want to play things for fun. Like
Exactly. But I
that.
mean,
That way,
I started working on a couple of alts as well. After looking at like the raid breakdown, I was like, okay, there will be some classes that we for the foreseeable future will miss. So I'll start making some because it's one thing that I leveled the hunter first, but if it ends up in a raid situation where we really are short on, let's say, shaman, and I happen to get it to 60 as well, then I'll swap over and bring that other class instead because it might if it's the difference between us being able to go or not, then I it's that's the sort of the main thing to me. The main concern is just giving us the best possible opportunity. So
exactly. And also, when I chose Druid, besides the fact that I've never played one, um, I was I was researching what's the least played class in Classic,
yeah,
and everywhere it was Warlock or Druid.
yeah, okay,
And I said, okay, I'll make a Druid.
yeah,
There should be some need for a Druid. And then I get into this guild, and
yeah.
like half of
That's
the
a
guild is
million. Yeah.
Druid.
I'm actually
And
surprised that it because I would be under the impression that the hybrids are often very played because you have so much functionality and especially with dual
yeah,
spec.
not really in Classic
No.
because Druids are
Yeah, you can
quite
say
bad in
yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, yeah, they don't really come into their let's say full purpose until TBC and even more so in Wrath, but still they still have a lot of, versatility, so
Yeah.
okay,
Let's see what this other
the
doing.
druid is already
Is already there.
he said he's on
Uh,
top somewhere because he's not flying,
oh yeah,
so we can just go up. Yeah,
yeah. And I
there's
actually I
some
want to
people have been
level a few
maxing.
morals to 60 so
Yeah,
I can choose when TBC rolls around because that's actually my end goal.
yeah,
I want to enjoy TBC again. I haven't played TBC since like the original one.
yes,
I've missed the one in like 2019 Classic.
yeah. Okay, I
I
can follow
haven't
you. Sorry,
played
that does make sense.
either,
Yeah,
and I want to do it again. And I want to have the option to choose what I want to play
yeah,
when TBC rolls around. So
yeah, yeah. I can follow you. I th- I my initially I was actually gunning for Paladin. That's probably my go-to character, but I am, they're not available to the Horde yet, so I was like, okay, what do I do until TBC, and then once TBC comes out, I have to figure out if I actually want to start off by starting over, or if I'll start by leveling the hunter and then maybe start working on a paladin at some point along the ways.
yeah, it would be probably best to rush a class to 60 just
Yeah,
to have something to play like
exactly.
end game.
Yeah,
Like Kara, I want to raid Kara again. I miss it so much.
yeah.
I loved it so much in the
It's
original TBC. It was so cool and novel, like for the time and what in comparison to WoW Classic.
yes. Yeah,
And
I'm looking forward to the I mean, even just the concept all of a sudden of being able to run 10-man dungeons just means, or 10-man raids just means so much for an opportunity to do things without having to plan, find 40 people, all that stuff. So it's gonna be nice.
and 25 as well is
Yeah,
pretty
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
doable.
All of a sudden, when you transition straight from classic, and just the decrease from 40 to 25 is significant all of a sudden, because you almost have enough to fill 2 raids.
Yep. Let me just get an innervate, get some mana. Do a buff. And let's go.
Somebody's
Oh, nope. Got Omen. Alright.
somebody's decked out on quest. That's awesome, especially when I wasn't.
Do you also have the Cauldron quest?
Good question. I have to check. Let me see here. I just got a bucket load of quests. I'm just trying to figure out what is what. I'm not sure I have the... I think I have basically everything but the Cauldron quest, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think you
Yeah. It's
need
also...
that one.
It could... You know, there might also be the consideration that some of it is like a chain or something.
No, it's not. None of the quests here are chains, but
Okay.
I don't think it has a interesting reward or a reward at all. And it's a pain if everybody in the group needs the cauldron. It's a pain to get it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So while we kill these, you're gonna need to tell me what kind of mobs you need to kill because I don't have the quest. And
No,
I
no. We have to go up a few terraces before they start.
Yeah, I
popping
know.
up.
But there's
Yeah.
also a kill
Yeah.
quest, and there's some type of mobs that we will need to come back down
Yeah.
to get more.
So let's see here. I think they start on like level 3.
So we go up, yeah.
Yep.
I think you need headhunters, right?
Nope. Berserkers, Shadow Hunters, Blood Drinkers, Soul Eaters.
Witch doctors? No, nothing.
Nope, not yet.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But they really, you know, they really planned it out well. They made sure that you have to run by all of these mobs to start getting to the ones you need, right? Just fuck with
Yeah,
you.
of course. So
Yeah.
they make sure that you don't.
Exactly.
It's not easy to solo.
Yeah, yeah. Blizzard are calculated, thorough bastards. Anytime you try to get off easy, they pull you back in. Yeah, but I do. I follow
let's
what you're
beeline
saying,
it to the
Zarian.
top. Do those there, and whatever is left to kill, just do them at the end. Maybe I think
Yep.
that's the.
There's definitely some
the
classes
fastest
that
way
don't
to
come
do
into
it.
their right yet because that the let's say the tuning of them is
there's
off,
some
right?
of
So
these.
and especially
weed
for the
them
min-maxers
down.
now who know after 20 years that
Just multi-shot them.
that the rogue on at this point in time just beats the feral every time.
Like what's the rain of arrows called the
Volley.
hunter of the volley. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think that's very good. Yeah, I don't think it does very good damage.
No, it's not. The thing is that it. I can't actually remember if they changed it. The thing was that I think in the earlier expansion, it was the damage was shared across all the targets within the area of effect. So if it was like a flat, whatever, you know, if it gives 100 damage, it's split between the amount of targets that are there. So it just becomes sort of inferior. It might be that they have updated the skill to reflect some of the changes they made later, but not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean the list. So. Here we need to go.
Yeah,
left.
we're getting to berserkers are one of the things that are on the list. So
There's a few of them here.
yeah, I think they start here.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'll just feign. No worries.
Oh, don't worry. I got it.
It's lazily starting off too quickly with multi-shot. Just has the
Ah.
likelihood to pull. So
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not really giving it 100%.
no, that's fine.
I'm just spamming
Yeah,
swipe.
yeah. But I mean, I'm also I'm like, okay, if if I'm not paying enough attention and I pull anyway, that's on me anyway, so I don't mind. Like that's the risk I take by being eager.
Okay, do you need Shadowcasters? I don't think. It's
No,
not showing
Berserker,
me.
Shadow Hunter, Blood Drinker, Soul Eater. So
Shadow. Okay. Here, come here.
Charging.
sad part of the meta is even if difference is less 1%. Yeah, exactly. And
another one.
I think that, I do remember sometimes getting caught up in the whole concept of, okay, what is the best in slot profession?
Another Berserker here.
And then, especially in Wrath, if you follow that line of trail of thought, you end up having, 7 classes that have engineering and jewel crafting, and you end up with 3 classes that have engineering and tailoring, right? And then you're like, but if I actually, to some extent, want to be like able to supply myself,
so you need
with
like 5
different
more.
things,
The druid needs like
that doesn't really work
3,
for you anyway. And
13.
so it's sort of also been an exercise in saying,
I'm not sure what the
I want
hunter
to
needs
pick
because
some
he's not
professions that I think would be
popping up in
fun,
my
also to do something different than just do
add-ons here.
engineering and jewel crafting.
I think he's only doing like the trinket quest.
Yeah, that's fine. So then you all of a sudden end up in a situation where you're doing something else instead, and I'm like, that's actually I feel better off in having come to terms with the fact that's how I want it, instead of same with the like a race, right? Like, okay, but if you think that a an orc hunter looks better than a troll hunter, even though troll on paper is 1% better, then don't go with the troll. What if you end up actually having like
Hide skinner, you don't need. Oh, shadow
if it ends
hunters,
up being
right?
like an issue
need
that
these.
you actually have with your own character because you wish you had made that work, then that's just a shame.
What else? And another shadow hunter here. Hunt me. You.
One coming from the rear as well.
Yeah, I got it.
Nice pickup.
So I started to watch the VOD from last night's BRS.
Yeah.
Didn't watch too much. Didn't have the time.
Yeah, of course.
But I will watch it because I like watching what drops and whatnot.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
I saw your like your damage numbers. You have an add-on for that, yeah? Because they look different.
Yeah. You mean the numbers popping up over the characters or the damage meter?
Yeah. No. The damage numbers themselves.
Oh,
the
yeah,
ones
okay.
that pop
Yeah,
up above the.
It's just an integrated part of the LVUI that just has the different update.
Okay, you're using LVUI.
Yeah, I have been for a lot of years. It's a go-to. Sometimes when I've been playing in the past, I've actually ended up turning off the damage numbers because it's like I concluded that it matters so little to my gameplay. The only reason you want to see it is either to make sure that damage is, being affected onto the target, or it's because you want to keep an eye out for when you get your new crit record. But you actually end up, having a lot of things on your screen that might not be relevant. So it like takes up some of your attention.
Yeah, I know, but the brain likes to see big numbers pop
Yeah,
up.
exactly. Yeah, it's a psychological thing. So
So yeah, that's why I like it. I used to have to use UI,
yeah,
but I've discovered one called Dragonfly
yeah,
UI, and
yes,
it looks cleaner. It looks
yeah.
simpler.
Yes, I
It's
know. I saw
not so.
Zarinam posted it on the Discord as well recently, right? It looks really good. I've not seen it before, but I would say if I considered at some point to swap over, that would be the one I would start looking into. I really like the very clean look of it as well, and
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. And ElvUI is good because it has basically everything. You don't need other add-ons.
yeah, they built in
And
everything. So.
the downside is that for this you need like one for your chat, one for your mail, one for so
Yeah, yes.
they start to add up.
Yeah, they do. But then all of a sudden I noticed that I've installed like a gazillion small supplemental add-ons anyway. So I'm like, okay, whether I have 25 or I have 30, it doesn't matter. And the impact that they have, because I thankfully have such a new computer, is so minor that it doesn't matter. So I don't even think about it. There's also just some different things, for like a guild tracking and stuff, where just I'll try it out. It might not work, then I'll uninstall it, but otherwise I'll just add it into the pile of things that I have running.
Yeah.
It's barely makes sense to do aimed. It's just so integrated into like my fingers that I'm consistently trying to push it, but the mobs were dead before I managed to pull off 3-second casts. So.
Here, come on.
Same yesterday in the UBRS, depending on basically what boss we were on. I don't even manage to get off a 3-second cast before the boss
There's
is so
another one
close to
here. Let's
being
get
dead
this one
that
as
it's
well.
not relevant. So kind of insane. Damage output was very, very on par yesterday, that's for sure. Ah, okay.
Hunter, Shadow Hunter.
Turns out I was on the Cauldron quests, but the other druid is just finished now, so he was kind enough to just remind me I needed to do it, so that was awesome.
Oh, nice. In there if you guys want to get.
See if there's a cauldron over here. There's a chest. Oh. Sometimes sometimes you open one of those chests that's just full of, well, not full of, but 1, 2 pieces of green gear, things like that, and you're like, wow, that's, good chest. Sometimes you open it and it feels like somebody's, making fun of you. Like, disappointment is there. Yeah, they got the blood drinkers and soul eaters coming now, yeah, so good place to start clearing out. You can always see when you're just about to pull aggro, right? The mobs start turning towards you. So if you're quick enough, you can at least manage to sort of pop your feign death quickly. You can like see they start turning their heads.
Still recharging.
Well, I noticed. I watched a little bit of the VOD yesterday. I noticed that my screen was either, my settings were a little bit off in the sense that I was the in-frame, in-picture camera was either partway covering the pet bar or was not. So I needed to adjust that just a little bit, one way or the other. Not sure if I should make my picture bigger so you have to look at my ugly face, or I have to make it smaller so you can skip it. I have 2 trinkets. They're both still horrible, but I might as well use them every so often. So I'm running the boomerang, 3-minute cooldown. It's fun. It's fun to have, just for the hell of it. And then I still have the Iranicus poison trinket, 15 minutes cooldown. But I pop it often on the big packs just because, still free damage. So figure I might as well use them until I get something better. So I try to do so. Okay. Oh, still feel a little bit sleepy. Let's see here. What? Alrighty. No, I wasn't saying anything right now. I can't hear you anymore, no.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can.
All right. That's the strangest thing. I think I was talking by
Sometimes
myself for a while.
Yeah. The inexplainable tech just dropping out suddenly.
Yeah. 'Cause I have your stream on another laptop,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
I was seeing you talk, and I wasn't hearing anything
Yeah.
in it.
Well, yeah. There have been, once in a while, I do. I'm using push to talk on Discord, so I could effectively talk to the stream without talking on Discord as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but still, I was doing a bit of either or, so there was generally a consistent level of volume or sound going out.
Yeah.
Is there anything here we need?
Yeah, there's a quest right in the middle of that pit. There's a pile of bones
Okay.
that if you have the quest for, you should be able to click it and do
Ah.
something.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, you're right. I see that now. I was my map. There's too much. There's too many different icons on the map because there's so many quest objects that it's not showing accurately enough to be able to see.
Yeah.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
I think I can conclude that I'm pleasantly surprised that I didn't try to grind this out solo because it would have taken forever.
Yeah. And at some point, I think it gets impossible to do alone. Like there are packs of mobs of 3, 4,
Yeah.
5 mobs
Yeah, exactly.
you can't handle on your own.
It would just take so long that it's not really worth it. Ineffective.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's a good. It looks super good, Zari. Your add-on from retail. It's a bit more crisp, right? You can see also
Actually,
that
the
the
druid has the
graphics
quest.
have been updated a bit, but
Maybe you can
that's
see
awesome.
in your quest general if anybody else has it.
Yeah, there's at least one person who has every single other quest. So
I think it's the druid.
yeah.
Let's get this cauldron. And what do we have? Blood drinkers being in the back here. Let's get these 2. And another cauldron.
That smell isn't ready yet.
Oh, there was a druid. I saw a post on Reddit.
Yeah.
And there was a feral druid. He had like full PvP gear, like rank 13, 14, I don't know, something, 12, 13. With full world buffs, flasks, whatever you can get.
Yes.
He was at almost 50k HP in
Yeah.
classic.
Yeah. That's insane.
That's just beyond insane.
Yeah. Also because I mean in Wrath there was a class forum on the private server I played on for Wrath, and the guy who wrote the class guide for the druids feral tanks when he had all the buffs he could get and he had popped all of his different abilities as well. I think he capped out at like, let's say 160k.
Yeah.
So the scaling is supposed to be fairly, a big increase from classic to TBC to Wrath, and all of a sudden, if you're only increasing your stats by roughly 200%, that's that just shows that it's really insane to reach that level.
Yep. Well, in TBC, druid tanking is among the best, so
Yeah.
that's also
Sorry, Nam
reason
is
I-
asking if it wasn't from Sod, maybe, but it could be. I don't know.
the one I saw with 50k. No,
Yeah.
it was classic because
Okay.
he specified, he gave armory links, so it was classic.
Yeah. Insane. Yeah. Of course, the stars basically have to align right, but still, Still impressive.
Yeah, yeah.
Impressive feat in itself. So.
Yep. What we have here, more blood drinkers. These are good. Solitaires as well. Another blood drinker. All right, let's round them up.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Yo, come back. This one. Fat fingers. Right. Oh, where did you come from?
Yeah, it's a patrol. Go boomerang. It's such a silly boomerang, but it's I'm actually
I mean,
I'm
we
actually
could have
smiling every time I
two-man
throw
this,
it.
but it would have taken a lot longer.
Yeah, this is much better, definitely. That's a fresh one. Oh yeah. So Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
How many followers do you need on Twitch to be able to turn on subscriptions?
50. I think the breakpoint is 50, and then there's like, let's say, a few other requirements that sort of follow along in like making sure that you're sort of getting some degree of let's say activity. So I think it's 50 followers, an average of 3 viewers. It was a minimum of 8 hours of streaming, and it had to be across a total of like 8 different days or something like that, I think. So you had to like average an hour's stream on 8 separate occasions within 30 days ish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's it's still a metric that requires a bit of effort, in the sense that it's not just, you can't just log on day one and expect to have it just roll along by itself. But I think looking at the statistics right now, number of different days and number of hours, it goes by very quickly. I mean, you can say, so yesterday even just was on for 3 hours. So, and again, if you do a number of hours, let's say today, then the amount of hours you need in a month is capped already. And then that means that potentially the stream you have to turn on for the next several days, the remaining 6 days, can basically be very short and still be sufficient. And average viewers, because there's been so many of from the guild who've been jumping on and watching, I think the average right now is, let's say average at least 5, I think. So that's good as well. So right now it's actually only making finding 50 followers. That's sort of pending. Right now it says 35, and I think all 35 right now are people from the guild. So that does help
Yeah,
a lot.
definitely.
I've found some different Discord communities where they supposedly help people to get going by, you basically just post a link when you start streaming, and then people should be very kind to jump on and drop a follow. They might not stick around and watch, but they sort of help
Yeah.
you. But I haven't really seen any traffic yet from it. It's not that I've not noticed that people are actually doing it. So, but you can say I haven't tried to do anything specifically to advertise it either. I mean, it is mostly a combination of an experiment, and because if we get to a point where we actually manage to be able to do ads and stuff like that, let's say we can make, I don't know, I'll say if we can make €5 next month from ads or something, then we could use the €5 to do a server boost for the Discord server or something like that. So we could use it for something fun. So
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
not. I don't expect to be able to quit my job anytime soon.
Yeah, that would be nice.
But make sure to invite all your friends. I was about to say.
Ready yet?
I'll have to help my kids set up a Twitch account or something so I can use them as followers.
Yeah, I think it's not that hard to get to 50. It
Yeah.
shouldn't be anyway.
No, I think it comes. It'll come at some point. It's not. You can say it's not something that has concerned me. I'm like, I'm sure it can come on its own anyway. Even just, I mean, basically, you can say I expect that we have quite a lot of guild members who don't necessarily check out Discord that much. It's like the same 50 people or so, but even if at some point you just drop a comment in game, I'm sure that you can attract another, easily 10, 15 people who don't check the Discord, but who effectively could, drop a follow. So I'm sure if it was necessary, we could manage to get that fleshed out fairly quickly.
Well, you can put it in the guild message of the day. Put the link and then ask people to just drop a follow.
Yeah, I could do that, but
How many vessels do you need?
I only need one more.
That smells ready yet? Recharging. That smells ready yet?
It's kind of funny that the ability to send your pet into bestial wrath actually requires line of sight. I don't recall that being a thing from previously.
To the guy, and he gives you a quest to go in the cave, right?
Yeah, I think get the quest to go in there now. Yeah, from turning in the other
Yes.
one.
Let's do that. Ooh, can I have the ghost mushrooms? Let's see if anybody else is a herb. Because they sell for a lot.
That's nice.
What does J mean? What should I get from that?
Yeah, good question. I mean, if it were my native language, J would be the equivalent of a yes, but I guess that's kind of hard to assume. So it's like, did you mistype or?
J is quite close to the Y, but not. a better question actually.
Hmm.
And answer, I'll assume that he's not, and I'll just take it. And going 3. Okay. Yep. I don't know. I assume that he's not, and I'll just take. Thank you.
Can always apologize later, isn't that it? Chip, my keyboard is broken. Yeah, okay. Seems that way. It would look based on his typing that his keyboard is actually fairly broken.
My keyboard is broken. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
You brought a friend.
Yep. Now it's a party.
Always.
I can't cast that yet. And still recharging. I need to get closer.
Alright, so I think it's down through here, if I remember correctly.
That spell isn't ready yet.
I figure check you out here. Coming along. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are slowly but surely climbing towards 60. It's super awesome that we're having so many get there, myself included.
Are you on the server Discord?
Yeah, Thunderstrike.
Let me
Yeah.
rephrase that.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you posting in the recruitment channels?
I actually haven't done it in a long time. Yeah, there was a post previously. I haven't managed to keep it updated recently, but I do refresh it every so often.
Oh,
I
okay.
I did a post on the Thunderstrike Discord. I've been running one on official server forums. I've been doing it on Reddit actually as well, and then in game,
Yeah,
of course.
that's good.
Yeah. So
I
there's-
think I
There's been a fair
found
amount of
you.
traffic from people who've seen the ad different places at least. So
I've actually seen it on Wowhead, I think.
yes, it was there too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because that's like the top results when you Google like Thunderstrike Guild recruitment or something.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Yeah, so that's one actually good. It pops up even before Reddit.
I haven't actually checked in a while how would if anybody has well no, let's say if somebody had posted a reply, it should give a message, but yeah, but I think most people have just jumped on the Discord because I've usually just linked like the server, so to say if you have questions, pop in here and ask instead, so that people don't write on the forums, because then you have to log on to reply and all that. So it's been easier to just encourage them to come straight to the server Discord.
Well, if you have like a message or template or something, I can do that on the Discord server, on the Thunderstrike Discord
Yeah.
server.
But
I can like do it daily, give it a bump, or
yeah, but if nothing else, I can. I mean, I had a previous post that we can just post fresh, and then I can just share the link with you. Then we can just keep it bumped.
yeah. I will look for it
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, but I'll let you know when I drop it, so we can
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
track. Yeah.
I can do that.
It's still recharging.
It's a little. I mean, it's really a small thing, but this let's say past 2-3 weeks, the activity level in the guild in the mornings has decreased. Is my impression. There's been a few weeks where the amount of people who've been online, like before noon, has sort of dropped off. Not that it's not a big thing because there's been so many people on later, but it's either a case of like, okay, there are a lot of people who have finished the grind to 60, so they're, you know, that they're taking a little bit of a slower approach now, or people have had more time previously than they do, so there's like a drop off.
Yeah. Well, I usually just play during the day, very rarely after hours, let's say afternoon, because family stuff.
Yeah,
kid,
exactly.
and
Same
so
here. I
on.
mean, it's like, okay, right. Today I can do it a bit here in the morning, but then there's also some work to be done later, and as soon as the kids come from school, there's no more time until potentially sometime tonight, if it sort of fits into the family schedule. So
Yeah, if I play, I usually at night I do it after my daughter goes to sleep, and then I sit with my wife. We watch some TV shows. I play a little.
Yeah.
And that's it. I just maybe level some alts or something that doesn't require much focus. But if we start raiding and we have like a consistent schedule, and maybe it's a bit later, not like 8, because 8 is quite early for me, then I'll be able to join.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll be during the day helping people if they need anything.
I mean, I think
or-
let's realistically, for me as well, or let's say, I'm like, my mentality is that I will gladly look to host the raid, of course, but I can only do so then at a specific time and date that would fit me. And if it doesn't pan out for everybody else, and then somebody else is okay with making a raid, then that should be what matters the most. It's not about me needing to raid, it's about me wanting to do something with the guild. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's the the needs of the few, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So
Yeah.
but I'm
True.
like, realistically speaking, it's the same for me, that usually the earliest I can probably get online and do something is, let's say, like 8:30, and then
Yeah, about the
it's-
same.
yeah, and then it's maybe like 2.5 hours, because then there's work the next morning, so there has to be like
Exactly.
a delicate balance. But I think, having spoken to a lot of different people in the guild, most people sort of express something similar. So at least it shows that most of us are in the same position in terms of family and responsibilities. So it has to sort of fit in. Once upon a time, it was just, everything else had to be in second place, because you had to be gaming and raiding as much as possible. Now it's sort
Yeah.
of like, now it's a convenience when you're able to fit it in. So
Yeah, I know. So, what else do we need to kill?
let's see here. I was just looking. So 1 cauldron, that's fairly easy. Then there's I'm missing a skull. Huntsman Malk Horse skull.
Yeah, I think it's down 1 level,
Yeah.
or no, I think it's here to the left.
And then there's just a few berserkers, shadow hunters, and soul eaters. So we're getting there.
Yeah,
It's
I
come along,
think
yeah.
it's this way. If you can see where it is on the map, it's better. If not, I'll try to remember.
That's
where
fine.
it
I'll
was.
have a look here 1 second. Okay, yeah, it's at the very far left side. We basically have to go straight north from here as far as we can get.
Yeah, I thought so.
Autobiographer, you have jumped 14,000 times.
All right.
Guess we can sort of conclude what my thing is.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of does that.
Yeah.
While pressing buttons, it's hard not to press jump as well.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but it's like your thumb has nothing better to do anyway, so you're just
Exactly.
jumping. Yeah.
It's part of the rotation.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, you can do it because you're a hunter while you're DPSing, but while I'm tanking, I can just
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
do this.
it's fun. It's not a statistic I've tracked before. I turned on Autobiographer because somebody recommended it for the fun in it. But it's actually kind of entertaining to see sometimes what it sort of tells you statistic wise you've done. Like, okay, you've killed 5,000 mobs, or you've dealt 10 million damage or whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. So you need 10 more soul eaters. We're done with
Yeah,
the
one
blood
berserker,
drinker.
5 shadow hunters, 9 soul eaters. Yeah.
The berserkers are a few levels down. Blood drinkers are done. Alright, we should get most of them while we go for the skull, and then just pick up what's left on the way down.
Yeah. So, anybody from the stream have big plans this weekend? Anything fun going on? It's after last night's stream, because I mentioned it to my wife, like just around the time the server came out. I mentioned it to my wife. I said I've been thinking about trying out streaming just for the fun in it, and then my ulterior motive was, okay, maybe we can use it to like promote the guild, maybe over time manage to recruit some more people because somebody stumbles across the server or the stream, and decides to join the server and the guild and stuff like that, which would just be positive. And she was like, oh, that sounds fun, if you're sitting around playing anyway,
Oh,
you might
Shadow
as well
Hunters
stream it.
need these as well. 5 more.
And then I didn't really, I haven't done a lot in terms of streaming yet. Then when I came to bed last night, I said, oh, I actually turned on the stream today, and it actually, it went fairly well. There was actually a lot of engagement and super fun and all that. And I sort of walked her through like the concept of what the whole affiliate program was, and sort of just said, so basically you can, once you have the 50 followers and stuff like that, you can actually potentially make some money if somebody subs, but also just from small amounts of money from like ad revenue, things like that. And let's say we've known each other for 15 years, and throughout some of those years, I've found it challenging to be able to play in the evenings, from a positive note, because my wife actually wants to spend time with me. So she's like, yeah, I don't mind you, playing every once in a while, but I do also hope that you don't just sit around playing games every evening instead of actually spending time with me. So I'm like, yes, you're right. That would also be a shame to end up in that situation. The thing is, part of me, always is keen to play more. So it's of course frustrating that she actually wants to spend time with me, but I do appreciate it, right? So it's a delicate balance. So coming back now, so after last night, where I said, like, the stream went well, it was actually kind of fun, and
down
then,
maybe,
because the argument was that there was actually potentially, like, let's say, pocket change to be made, she's like, oh, but I assume that if there's actually an opportunity to make small amount of money off of it, that would require you have like a more consistent schedule, right? It's like, yeah, typically that is the thing that everybody talks about. You need some sort of consistency, preferably a schedule, So okay, so well, that would mean that you'd probably have to find some more time to play, frequently or more at least. And my brain sort of went, excellent. Finally, the plan is coming together. No, I'm just kidding. It's figured all of a sudden that was all it took, was the argument that I needed it. I need to do it for my audience. I should just have said that like 10 years ago.
Ready yet.
Cauldron's done. Okay, just about done. So let's see here. 1 Berserker, 4 Shadow Hunters, 5 Soul Eaters. So, yeah.
There's one here.
Past that yet.
There should be something inside here. I hate it when these pull through the wall.
Yeah.
Charge.
Sometimes
Such a
padding is just off.
WoW classic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. What do we have inside? Blood drinker? No. Oh, there's a soul eater in the back. Let's go get that one. Oh, also one here. Oh, no, this is a blood drinker. Got them.
I'm too lazy. I'll just volley. Okay, so we are getting there. Getting there. I've had since I dinged 60, I've had a quest log just full of like, you can still see majority of them dungeon quests and elite quests that I sort of been stacking up. For the longest time, I just kept finding more. I didn't manage to sort of finalize any of them, so maybe now managing to start actually clearing out some of them, it's going to be nice just to both make room for some new stuff, but also just to have a sense of actually starting to finish something, especially things like the getting the trinket. It was like one of the first things that I identified that I needed to do for like my pre-bis, and at the same time, I didn't get around to it. So I've had that quest sitting there. Then I came here to Hinterlands and started trying to do it solo, only to conclude that no, it wasn't gonna happen. So super awesome to actually feel some progress now, and replace some of these green stuffs. Yeah, even though the boomerang is fun, I'm gonna have to keep it just for the hell of it. I'm not sure we can get around the corner without pulling. Yeah, we couldn't. Yeah. It helps. I mean, we're a big party right now. That does help a lot. It does just increase the speed.
That was the last Shadow Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 Soul Eater, 1 Berserker.
So we need a Soul Eater because Berserkers are a bit down one level, I think.
I'll just check them up here. Yeah. They, let's see here. Berserkers. Wait a minute. No, we have to go up for the Soul Eaters.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, but it should be just above us, basically.
Let's see if anything respawned. That one, no. Anything here? These are not respawned.
I'll just check out a bit further here just for the hell of it.
Yep.
They're just starting to spawn now, actually. So yeah, but
Alright, let's
Other-
go back this way.
yeah, we can do that. Go down the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blood drinker, solitaire. There we go. Found one.
There we go. Yeah.
Alright,
done.
and now let's go down and get
Yeah.
that last
It's,
berserker.
yeah, it's on the way out anyway, so
Yep. Skinner.
that one is just
There's-
returned.
No.
Yeah, return with the news.
I think we can drop from here.
Yep.
Wait, just kill these two.
I'm glad that they improved the pet pathing so that it doesn't run all the way around down the stairs, pulls everything. It's a positive in that sense that they've improved it at least. It's really nice. Less of a concern, even though there's often times where I still feel
Yep.
like it's better to
I
dismiss it.
think he's
You
gonna.
know,
He
the
was gonna aggro it.
likelihood at least has decreased.
Alright.
Boomerang. I need to find one of those jungle hats and then like a khaki outfit
Now drop
and
again.
then run around with my boomerang just for the hell of it.
And we're gonna drop right on top of a
Is there, like,
berserker.
is there a whip? There should be a whip. It could be fun to like go like Indiana Jones style ish. I think my pet for this time might have gone all the way around.
Oh, he needs 9. Ah, yeah,
He
because
came in late,
you
yeah.
killed some by yourself.
Yes, it's true. I managed to kill a few off before it started. So
Yeah, it's fine. There's a lot of them.
yeah, they'll go quickly.
There's
I
3
want a
right
whip. I've
here,
decided I want to find out if there's a whip.
and
just for
there's
the hell of
another
it.
one
Be fun.
behind.
It'll be an RP thing where I just walk around looking like Indiana Jones, just for the shits and giggles. We talked about it also that we wanted to make sure that if we do like a guild meeting at some point, that we do it
Let's get
in like
this
we find
one.
like a suitable location
Oh.
somewhere. In like maybe find like a shady corner of Undercity, and then we actually sit down at the tables, do like an RP thing, and then who was it who suggested it? There was somebody from the was it maybe Sutella who suggested that we should change out of our armor and then sit around in like
I mean, the
civilian
Civilian needs
gear,
4 more,
just
so
for the-
2 and
just for
another
fun of
2.
it. I think that's enjoyable. Just,
And I
it's again
think we
back
can
to
drop another level for those.
adding a level of fun to the game, just to say why not. So. Okay, my pet actually beat me to
Pet
it. That's
hunt.
impressive.
No berserkers here.
So I jumped over the edge in the
No.
pet. Got here first.
I think we
Maybe
need
we
to go back
went,
up.
yeah, it
one.
might be that we went down a level too far actually.
Yeah. We need to go back one.
Yeah.
Actually, that one didn't aggro, so let's not do it.
I can't cast that yet. It's still recharging.
Yeah.
I can't cast that yet. Range.
What are you running profession wise?
On this, I am herbalist and skinning.
Okay. Yeah. So pure gathering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you then? Is it? Are you using the? Are you using the materials on your other character to like supply yourself, or is it just for selling?
So I've been like gathering the herbs and just keeping them in my bank. I haven't used them yet,
Okay.
like the high level ones.
Yep.
I was thinking of leveling alchemy maybe on my priest or
Yep.
something, along with tailoring.
Yes.
But what I get from skinning, I just sell.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Get some.
Yeah. Decent profit as well from
cash.
skinning. So.
Yeah, just what I get by leveling because I don't really farm specifically to do skin. Right, couple again here.
Shooting on the fly.
And we're home free. That wild vine is really good.
Cast that yet.
I think it's needed to craft Hide of the Wild.
Yeah. There's also
The
the wild vine is used for all the quests for the tribal leather workers who need to finish their specialization. You need to use them as well.
Oh, okay, didn't
Yeah.
know that.
So there's like there's 6 or 7 quests where you have to like craft 2-3 pieces of armor for each of them, and then when you hand them in, you have to hand them in and include a couple of wild vines. So I think I ended up needing, let's say, somewhere, I'm not ballpark, somewhere between 10 and 15 of those. So
Yeah.
yeah. Sweet progress. New trinket.
All right, so now you have the trinket.
Yeah.
Um,
And thanks
we
for the
need
help,
to
by the way.
do.
Really appreciate it.
Don't worry about it. I like doing fun things and helping guildies.
And a help it sure was. No, I haven't.
Should we try to get a group for LBRS?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, Oldhorn was up for something, so we can see. No, I haven't done Diamol yet at all either. That's sort of on the to-do list. I do have potentially two items from there, so I should be picking it up at some point.
What you want? Be seeing ya. See ya later. Later.
Yeah. Okay.
We actually just need the first boss in LBRS for you to get the document.
Yeah.
And maybe we can do just that so
Yeah.
it's faster.
We could. Yeah.
Hey there. You be careful, man.
Bow. Highland bow. That's a bow. That's a bone bow. Bone bow. Bone bow. Bone bow.
Okay, okay. Be seeing ya. Stay away from the voodoo. You be careful, man. Be seeing ya.
Nice. Sweetness. Sweet. Got the trinket. Good stuff. Okay. We'll have to do some DM runs then. Maybe we can do it a bit later today. Cleared out a bit of space in my quest log as well.
Yeah, that always feels nice.
Yeah. See if I can sell off a bit of crap here. Isn't there's I can never remember. Isn't one of these? Damn it. What the fuck is the isn't there like a
Okay, Allhorn can join you in an hour.
see here, different things I can't really use. That one might be worth keeping for now. Boomerang is a keeper. Okay. Good. I might as well
Post
stock
us
up
on
on
the LFG2. Maybe there are other people that need the first boss only.
yeah, could be.
Let's see. Yeah.
Ship some stuff off to another character to free up space. Pew pew. I'm gonna jump on a flight path and then I'm gonna go grab a coffee while I'm in transition.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna AFK a
Yep,
few minutes.
Be right back. Be right back, buddy. Coffee secured. Score. Oh yeah. Looking forward to another cup of coffee. Okay, so let's see here. Just going to check my add-on. See if I can. I need to set up a invitation for the next guild raid event at some point as well, so we can start preparing for next week. Get the show on the road. Yeah, so just need that last one here. Documents.
Alright, so I found the hunter that's willing to join for the first boss only.
Cool. Cool, cool.
Need a healer or a tank and some random DPS.
I just wrote on the guild Discord as well, just if somebody was up for the first boss, just to help out.
Yeah. Good.
There's all of a sudden the challenge when you start to gather gear that you remember also that, because right now I'm like, okay, the trinket gives me 1% hit, but I have to remember that for raids when I'm using
We have another mage.
marksmanship,
It's awesome.
I get 3% from talents. I'm at 4, which, you know, so relevant to remember that there's the difference between specs. How many gems are there, actually? Can't remember how many gems there are. Been too long. I mean, effectively, I don't think I've done the I mean, I feel that I've generally been doing marksman for any level of like group content.
I think Omok is the first one.
You can say I think that the
lower Omok, yes.
multiple targets means that your pet is less effective. So Bestial Wrath, although it's on a fairly short cooldown, you know, it will only maybe be effective in sense of like one mob, whereas marksman, the true shot aura just does give such a good contribution to your damage. I feel that it still wins out in the sense of contribution. Also because it does, contribute to the party. So, yeah. I feel that it ends up winning out in that sense. Yeah, I mean, I've always enjoyed BM for running around solo, all that. So I do swap over and run BM every time I'm doing something on my own. At some point on, I figured that the amount of solo content will slowly decrease because there could potentially be less and less reason for it. And so when that happens, I think that I'm not sure actually, no. It might be that I end up doing a PvP second build instead. So do get a survival spec for PvP. On the other hand, I don't know if I really want to PvP enough for it to be a thing. So let's see. It might also be that it becomes redundant. Hunters, yes, they do skill very well. There's two obvious routes that you can choose. There is the opportunity to either go very heavily into agility, or there's the opportunity to go very heavily into attack power. It's basically the same as you have now. The thing is that they really benefit a lot from haste. So you end up and you also have the introduction of armor piercing all of a sudden. So there's the second level of itemization. So right now we have all the base stats, all the main stats, Agi, stamina, int, spirit, so on, and then we have the whole chance to hit increased by 1%, 2%, 3%, chance to crit same, and all of a sudden that becomes a rating, right? So you have critical strike rating where X number of points will be converted into the equivalent of 1%. And so the itemization all of a sudden changes in the sense that it gets split up into smaller fragments, split out across a lot of gear. So depending on what gear you're lucky enough to get, you end up having to do one or the other, or maybe, work towards one thing. So you add on a new layer of people, at least historically. Maybe that's probably my reference point, because it was mostly something that was the case when I played initially. Now, of course, everything has been theory crafted to death, but there were different breakpoints where you would benefit more from going armor piercing. Then later on, maybe it was haste, depending on where you were. Okay, all of a sudden, if you reach when you do your rapid fire and your range attack speed increases by 40%, so all of a sudden you have to start sort of reverse engineering to say, okay, if my speed at any point falls below 1 second, I cannot utilize any more speed or haste anyway, because I'm basically below the lower cap of what global cooldown can be. So global cooldown normally is defaulted at 1.5 seconds, but it is reduced by haste, but not to anything below 1 second. And so there was a whole meta in which you had to start, summing up the numbers to say, okay, if you add on so much speed or haste, I keep saying speed, that your attack speed falls below, 1 second GCD, then you're not getting any benefit out of it anymore. So okay, all of a sudden you have to swap your itemization to something else to figure out, okay, at this point on, my haste is where it should be. So now I can start defaulting to stacking more agility or something else. So hunters scaled very well, and especially near endgame, Sunwell Plateau, hunters were at the time typically the number one DPS. There was a big introduction at that point in time where people were trimming some different macros. There was a very big theory crafting being done around a macro for their steady shot rotation, which, if you were managing to tweak it correctly, would squeeze out even more DPS. It might not be the thing anymore because we're running on a new version and all that. So it's probably not a thing. The challenge that used to be in the old days was that your steady shot was on a 1.5 second cast, but it was being queued up in a sense that it could potentially end up clipping your auto shots, which would hamper your damage. So people were tweaking to find a way to hard enforce your auto shot to fire and then trigger your steady shot so you weren't clipping your own damage. And near the end of Sunwell, I remember we had a guild at least where, one of the basically competing guilds. They were one of the top performers on the server. There was somebody there who had managed to really trim down a macro, and they started sharing it because, okay, we know we're the best by now, so we don't mind sort of sharing the love. And they had a macro that they sort of started distributing between some of the competing hunters that would ramp up your damage a bit more. So I think, and let's say average damage performance for some of the DPS check bosses, some of the ones that were fairly passive, most classes were capping out at about 2,500 damage per second. On my hunter, after I got the new macro, I think we topped out at just about 4k. So it was a significant difference. I think before I was maybe sitting at 3,500. So, but a 500%, or not 500%, but a 500 damage point increase was a lot at that point in time, right? So 3 hunters in the raid who all of a sudden find an extra 1,500 DPS, cumulatively was a lot at that point in time. So yeah. But I think there were a lot of classes for which scaling was, saw a continuation from what it was even in Classic. I think it's more a case of the classes that were dominant. The classes that were dominant in Classic continued into TBC, and some of the ones who were not sort of caught up or were adjusted to to be closer in that sense, at least. So I think there was a lot of classes that saw a lot of love, that had been missing it. So yeah, it was. I think it played out well for a lot of things. There was also a lot of noticeable quality of life things that really got off to a good start. Did we ever find out how many gemstones are there? One. Let's see here. That's the one I don't have. Nope. Do have that one. Spire stone. None there. Smolder thorn. Check. Okay, so that's basically
All right,
only the 3.
we have full
Yep.
group.
Sounds awesome. So there's only 3, and
Yep.
this is the one I basically just lost a roll last night. So yeah. Also glad the dead zone gets removed eventually. Yeah. Yeah. I am. I mean, there's no question about it. Also because the only expansions that I ever really played for the past 20 years in total. I mean, I played retail from around launch 2004, and then I played till basically the end of Wrath. I didn't like Cataclysm, so I decided to jump ship, left WoW, and then a couple of years later I came across the concept of private servers instead. So I started playing on a private server that was on a TBC expansion. Played on that server for a while. It wasn't very big. I ended up finding another private server that I played on, again TBC. And then roughly for the past 20 years I've basically been alternating between TBC and Wrath expansions every 2-3 years on different servers. Then one of the servers I played on, it went out of commission basically, and so found a new one, played there, so on. Now then, when Classic WoW came out again in 2019, I started up again there, but I had to sort of put it on hold fairly quickly, simply because I had too little time to feel I could justify playing. I didn't really feel I was able to put in the effort or the level of engagement that I really would have liked. So I just put that on hold, and then I played every so often on the private server instead. The rationale was that because there wasn't any subscription, it didn't matter if I played only once in a month, because I didn't feel guilty about spending money on something I wasn't getting any value for. Same as having like a gym membership that you never use. So yeah, that was a thing. But this time around, it's fun to be back, and it feels like that there's a good vibe as well. I feel like there's a lot of people who are some of the originals. It's some of us who were around initially, who we've gotten to that stage in our lives where family, kids maybe have an age where you can justify playing a bit again, and so it's nice coming back and taking in memory lane. First time I play, yeah, yes. I think it's awesome. That we can that you have a game that's effectively 20 years old that can still attract completely new players. Because I think for us it's so much based on thinking back to good memories, and a lot of camaraderie, things like that. But if you don't have that reference point from earlier, then finding yourself in a position where you think that you actually want to give this a shot is cool, because the predominance of what is advertised and is the retail version, because that's where the main attraction is. Or maybe I'm not even sure actually if that's the part of the game that has the most subscriptions. But then to find yourself in a position where you can, as a new player, become attracted to a 20-year-old game that's still going, I think that's awesome that you're here. I think that's really enjoyable, and I hope you really like it. You can say you can always start making new memories even if you don't have reference from earlier. So So let's see here, just waiting on the last people. One there, one there. He's inside. Okay, good, good. Da, 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 da. Okay. I was just about to forget my coffee. So, Melomarsh, how did you how did you come across the game? How did you all of a sudden find yourself in a situation where this was something that you were you were attracted to? Oh crap! I need to get rid of at some point. Hopefully, some of this disappears slowly but surely by handing in some of the quests once they're finalized. What else do I need to do? Most of this is just stuff I've picked up. Make a little gold, but spinner. I just remember there's the whole once once we get to TPC, and once they open up Suleiman, so a long time from now, there is the whole Suleiman section, which is so dominated by the trolls. There's so much enjoyable gear that is available. You can get like the whole voodoo mask with made out of bones, and the big shoulder pads that are comprised of like bones. That was actually quite funny. I remember we had a lot of people running around in bone suits basically after Suleiman came out, just because it was, you can say for the phase it's released in, there's a lot of items that are better than what else is available. So yeah, but that was entertaining. Probably can't see that yet, can you? No. I only have the classic installed right now. Ooh, excuse me. Bleed of the Shaman King. I don't think I'm gonna win any awards for best outfit at the moment, right? It's a full-on mesh of everything. Didn't get any better. Oh well. Right. Let's see if they're
These
ready.
guys coming or what?
Yeah, he's two of them are in Undercity right now, isn't it? No, they're
Oh, the
okay.
map seems
Yeah,
bugged
yeah,
because
yeah. They're inside, so it's only the last one we're missing. The chamois. He's flying now. He's in Red Ridge, so yeah. It was the same yesterday actually when we were getting ready for UBRS. I looked at the world map and there was a lot of people. Where was it? I can't even remember where they were. Somewhere on the map, I was like, "What the hell are they doing there?" But then, mouse over on the raid frames, and they were inside. It's like, okay, there's something off about it. It's not able to update properly. So
yeah, exactly. I was thinking, what the hell are they doing in the ruins of Altrak?
yeah.
Nope, just a bug.
Oh yeah. First. Sorry. It's headquarters, or it's just my boss basically, my wife. Okay. And were they all just keen on the first boss? Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's kind
the
of funny
shaman
to.
wants.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go
No, I
ahead.
was just about to say it's kind of funny that we end up spending more time gathering than it's gonna take to kill the first boss, right?
Yeah, there's always that one guy that is taking forever to
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
here every time. I
Yeah.
don't know why people queue or join groups if they know they're 15 minutes away.
I think that's one thing because you could be on the other side of the world, but it's more sometimes you have that feeling that somebody they join, but then they are still going about something else first. Like, I'm almost on my way. I just need to catch 200 fish and then I'll be there. Okay, maybe you are not ready to join then.
Yeah, or the ones that say I'll start moving when the group
Hey,
is full.
Sutella.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
that
gonna
too.
be too
Yeah.
late
Yeah.
because if people have Hearthstones in Kargath or
Yeah.
whatever, they're gonna be much faster.
I'm talking about you. Nah,
I
could
don't know,
well
it's
be.
just
No,
common
not
courtesy
really. But
to me.
I'd say I don't
At
have the
least
impression
start
that you
moving when you join the
sign
group.
up for the dungeon and then keep fishing. So I'll exclude you as a potential target of the conversation. Just waiting on. Okay, he's just about landing now. So
Yeah. He should be here.
I'm just gonna head inside. Wait. There's somebody who went all in on the transmog almost here, huh? It happens. Join a group. Tank coming to Blackrock from Orgrimmar. Try to be at least on the same continent. Yeah. But I mean, it's, you know, you can't always. Sometimes it just, you know.
Nice.
Sometimes it just, you know, it can just be a matter of timing, basically, right? So I think it's more the like if you indicate by your actions that your intention is that you're making your way there, then I think it's fine. It's more all those situations
Alright,
where
everybody's here.
people, you know, sign up and then you don't really see them on the map doing anything to start moving in the right direction. Then I was like, okay, now you're just actively doing something to waste other people's time, which, you know, that's just lack of respect in my opinion. That's sort of where I get off, in the sense that,
Excellent.
you know, I don't feel that's how things should be, you know, common decency. So yeah, but yeah, people see things differently. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you know, sometimes shit happens. Fair enough, but I'm inclined to believe that there are some people for which this is just how it is every time, and that's, you know, that's when it starts to tilt me, you know. And that, I think, the same applies for things like raids, where I always feel like I actually try to give people the benefit of the doubt, in the sense of, you know, I don't feel that I should have to stipulate basic things, you know, like if you sign up for a raid, I expect you to actually show up for it on time, and if you're late, then you should have the courtesy of informing the rest of us, because there could potentially be 39 other people sitting around waiting for you, you know. And at the same time, it surprises me continuously that there are people for which even something as basic as that is not second nature, right? And they can, you know, why are you getting angry? I'm like, come on, dude, this should be something you were taught by your parents when you were like a kid, you know? And yet it still surprises me that it is something that is so lacking in situations. Yeah. So all of a sudden I find myself having to type it out, you know, explicitly stating what I would perceive to be, you know, obvious, but apparently not. And yeah, I've had to conclude that that's the way things are, and so instead of being tilted by it, I've tried to come to terms with the fact that, okay, I just have to expect that this is what I need to do instead. You know, don't waste time and energy or breath even on somebody who is like that, because you're not gonna affect anything anyway. You're not gonna change their behavior, you know. So find a way to solve it and move on.
Oh, these aren't linked. How nice.
They're on what?
Linked.
Oh yeah,
Like
that's
the
nice.
guy with
Yeah.
the wolves.
Yeah, he didn't come. Yeah.
Simple. Roaches. I hate roaches.
That spell isn't ready yet.
And even, by the way, even though I'm not
Oh, let's
looking
skip
to
these.
try to advertise myself, we are trying to, for good measure, see if we can reach 50 followers, because then we can actually potentially get some something like ad revenue, which we could use to sort of further the advancement of the guild Discord and things like that. So if you haven't dropped a follow, be sure to do it. And if you have, then you are already so very much appreciated for what you've done. And if you know somebody who you can convince to drop a follow as well, no, I'm not above that right now, in the sense of leeching for the greater good. So I saw somewhere. Again, it surprises me. I admit that I'm sometimes in some situations I do feel like an old grumpy man. I'm not sure if it's the case, but that you can pay to buy virtual followers and virtual viewers. I'm like, come on, what has the world come to? I'm not. What was it? I can't remember. It was like. What was it like? I would say, I think it was like 50 cents for a virtual viewer. So there's like, okay, well, you drop us your link to the channel, and then you pay for 5, 10, 50 viewers at like half a dollar a piece, and then we'll show up and boost you. Well, like, but I'm surprised that Twitch doesn't have the means to see things like that, be able to track that and do something to combat that. So yeah, actually Biv said something about the same. I could ask to put it in the guild message of the day. Yeah. I'm not, as a default, it's not something I really want to do, because I don't want to push.
There's a roach here somewhere.
I don't really feel like pushing something that inevitably
Find
is like
There it is.
something of a personal gain.
Can you kill
indirectly.
that roach once we pull?
I'll see about killing the roach. Yeah. I don't really feel that I want to. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I'll think on it. Might also you can say the alternative is simply to just write it in the guild chat instead, But let's see. Yeah, you can say, yeah, of course there is the consideration that it is because we're trying to further the guild, but yeah, I get what you're saying. How go your fishing extravaganzas, Rutella? You must have a sore thumb by now from all the fishing. Does the fishing buddy add-on work to at least have the
Mage AoE is
assisted
so
casting?
strong. Insane.
Oh, we've got a guy here who's close. wonder if I can angle this away from... 30 stacks of
Approach
squid.
full, so help me God.
Goal is 14 slot bags, so halfway there. Okay. That's cool. Is there like one good spot for them continuously, so that, you know, there's one area, a zone that's just better than, or where they predominantly are? Anyway in the bay, it's just a song. Okay, best is Ashara. Okay, we have storms. Okay, during the day even, is it that specific that there's a difference between time of day ish? Some fish have catch rate differences based on time. Okay, winter squid, summer bass. Okay, well, I did not actually know that. I mean, despite having played for 20 years, that's kind of cool. I like those nuances. I think I love the fact that the game has a level of complexity, even for like the small things where there's these different nuances. Also, you know, I think it's enjoyable that you can actually manage to go about the game for so long and not even know, and yet there's people obviously who have in some way or at some point in time sort of found out that there's actually some of these occurrences. I think that's super fun that there are all these little things. I mean, same sort of, you know, if you start sometimes looking around at some of the surroundings and some of the dungeons and whatnot, you notice all the little things, like, you know, whether it's wall decorations or something else, that there's a lot of effort and small fun thoughts that have gone into different aspects of the game design to, you know, bring something to the table, which is just fun. The whole, you know, if you look at the stoppable force, the unstoppable force, the items, you know, that somebody takes the time to do like a whole joke thing on having one versus the other, all these things. Yeah, I think it's enjoyable. Squid bass increase rate noon to a 6 lower rate. Okay, that's insane. Wow. Okay, I'm learning still. I think that's cool. On the other hand, you can say, depending on what type of day, you know, not what type of day, when in the day you're able to play, you know, you basically are being punished somewhat, right? If you're inaccessible when it's most optimal, that becomes like a sore thing. Okay. Fishing buddy add-on. Casting works. Mouse button. Okay. To get right click. Yeah, okay. But do you is it still the version where you have to have your mouse over the bobber in the water, or is it one of the situations where you can basically click anywhere and then it will reel in the fish? New tab, yeah, okay, yes. As far as I remember, that was the same for the version I had. I think it's supposed to be that way. If you don't even have to have your mouse over the bobber, I'm not sure if that's actually going against like server rule thing. Because there's probably a reason why they made it like they did.
It's still recharging.
Oops. Boomerang.
I can't do that yet. Past that yet. I can't do that yet.
You don't know what Steam Deck players are doing? Yeah. Yeah, no question. No idea. It's more what I meant to say. Yeah, okay.
Those?
Yeah, they're okay. I'll have to see if they depending on some of the other gear items, if it makes sense to swap around a bit. It's always that consideration of balance, right? So okay, the item in itself might not be better, but then all of a sudden, if you lose some of your stats someplace else, then it makes sense to add it in.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you get the hit cap as well, and then
No, it's actually not better.
mess around with the other
I
pieces.
wasn't paying enough attention. Both the stamina and into lower, so it doesn't make sense. That was unnecessary. I think it's something to do with the accessibility settings. Yeah, could be close enough. Yeah.
I can't do that yet.
Wow, big numbers right now.
That makes sense.
I can't carry any more of those. I can't carry any
Oh,
more
the-
of those.
Documents aren't here? What?
I think somebody talked about
They
them
have
potentially
multi-
being able to spawn behind any boss. Wasn't that it?
Uh,
Hopefully, true and
let's-
Gauntlet drop this time. You get to roll them.
Let's run one more. Maybe we can get them to spawn.
Yeah, Sutella just wrote on Twitch chat that they can effectively spawn behind any of the 4
Can't
primary
carry any
bosses.
more
So
of those.
Oh shit.
yeah,
Well, let's run it again. Maybe we'll get lucky. Oh,
yeah,
what
we
is
can
this?
always
Fist of
reset it
Homo.
and try again. Yeah.
Oh, this is really nice for DPS, but I'm not gonna be bothered with having a third set.
Looks good though.
Easy enough. That that fucking shaman needed the gem.
Was that the one you were missing, gem-wise?
Yes.
Okay, typical. Yeah.
And I asked him. He said he wanted the tier 0 boots.
Okay.
Let's run it again.
You can't trust people.
Yeah, it's got a 30% drop chance. That's the
Yeah.
bad thing, that
Yeah.
you might not get it at all.
No.
So
No, but
Charging.
we running out, or
yeah, I think they are. Yeah.
yeah, let's run out. Let's run out. Run.
Charging. Out of range.
Here we go. Wee. We made it out alive.
Everybody out?
No, Hunter's still inside for some reason.
Ah, fuck. Is he making it out, or is he dying?
Good question.
Ah, he made it out.
He did, just barely.
Let me heal him. He has a dot. Right. Reset. Go again.
What else does he drop? Anything else of interest, actually? Now we think about it. Elemental boots, no. Plate shoulders, plate chest. Healing, healing. And okay, yeah. So it's purely for the quests thing. Oh well. There's a pathing here that's off, right? So when I jump down, the pit goes all the way around. Down the ramp underneath, comes out through here, so I figure I'll ditch it here instead. Yesterday I talked about the wolf. I wouldn't have one long term, but at least have the same one to get the buy date. Yeah, next time. Yeah, yes. Yeah, or you know, or you stable it. You stable it. Just be, you stable it at the closest stable before we go in, and then you grab a wolf once we get inside. At least that way. Okay, yes, so you're full on pets. Yeah, okay, fair enough. What do you have in store right now? What do you have stocked up?
I need to get closer.
Ice, keeping cat and serpent Al's disposal. Yeah. I'm still only I don't even have I still don't have anything apart from the cat here. Nothing yet. It keeps getting sort of pushed down the priority list, so I'll get it done at some point, but yeah, I haven't put any effort in. I have I found like a small breakdown sheet that sort of shows what the max rank is um, for all the different, for
Oh,
the
now they
different
pulled.
pet skill ranks, so I
What?
can fairly
Oh, just
quickly,
one dog.
go out and
so
specifically
weird.
hunt something that I need. But yeah, it's not. I haven't considered a big thing yet, so that will be another one of those other nice to do things. Yeah, yeah.
Recharging.
Yeah, yes. And I found somebody who had like compiled just a list of, max rank for each skill, like I said, and then what type of mob it was from. I can't even remember if it actually lists were there, but either way, it's fairly doable. I think of course, it always comes down to when the game is still only something you do on like as like a hobby, and the number of hours you have is restricted. It becomes a matter of whenever you log in, you sort of assess, what is it, what amount of time do I have today? What is it I want to spend my time doing? And so sometimes it's just a matter of, okay, if you find yourself in a situation where there's somebody online who's up for doing some sort of dungeon and you still need some gear from there, okay, then maybe that's a better let's say utilization of your time, so you do that instead, and then you save that whole getting the pet skill for another time, right? So I got confused for a second. I actually thought it was one of the mobs, the other hunter, because the colorization was resemblant. Blackworks Spire. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the the specific wolf type you want for the max bite. Yeah, and you have to get it at some point. So, I mean, I haven't even managed to acquire the first rank of bite yet at all. And yet I have somehow managed so far. Nobody knows how I managed so far, but I did. It's a bit rough without bite at all. Claw focus dumping everything. Yeah. I mean, I think, again, we're back to it hasn't, if it had been a significant issue, then I would have done something about it. It hasn't been enough of an issue, so that's also why it hasn't been prioritized, so. But you can say, of course, that for every time you manage some degree of progress on something else, you get closer and closer to that point in time where the next thing on your priority list becomes the pet abilities or skills or whatever. So slowly but surely you work your way through some of the different things that you have on the to-do list. Same goes right now for how big of a contest is it? Yeah. Yeah, you mean how many mobs have the max rank of one versus the other? Okay. Yeah. In terms of what you should prioritize and how the focus, the regeneration of focus is, or the utilization of the focus for the pets, then. But that, that's one of the interesting things, right? That you actually find yourself in a situation where people have different opinions, and there maybe isn't one universal answer that applies to all of it. There is actually some degree of difference of opinion that comes into play.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Yeah, what the fight? Yes. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does become this whole consideration, and there's this, the same applies going into TPC as well, because there's still some of the talent that you get, in which you have this whole increase in focus regeneration. Yes, exactly. And so all of a sudden there's the whole your talent tree in TBC differs depending on what phase of content you're in, what gear you have, because the regeneration levels of focus, which I cannot remember entirely, is it that you get extra focus back based on when your pet crits or something, and so as your gear improves, pet crits more, you get more focus, which means that you have some abilities that you can sort of start spamming instead, and you don't do it by means of just having it on cooldown, but all of a sudden you do like an incorporation into your macro in which you queue up the ability as often as possible, especially for the Wind Serpent, where you can use the Lightning Breath. So all of a sudden that's something that you weave into your macro, because then basically it has a chance to fire every single time you push the button for your steady shot macro, because your focus regeneration for the pet is so high that you have it available, every 2 seconds or something. I'm too lazy to ask the... Oh, excuse me. I've been too lazy to even ask the mage for water. I'm just drinking my own. And he's sitting like 2 feet in front of me. Can't do that one. Oh yeah, I took that off. Forgot that. Should probably remove it from my bar now, just to make sure I don't keep forgetting. Because if I start queuing it up when I'm not in combat, I'll swap trinkets. So to think that I have actually taken it off my bars now. Had that thing for a long time. I guess the positive thing about the 3-second cast on aim shot is that if you generally use it as one of the first abilities, the amount of time it takes before the shot goes off means that the tank has more time to build threat. So even if you do end up hitting hard, the threat per second that the tank can effectively build you know, gives a fair chance of him staying in front. Better get some more mana. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm also at that. There are these situations where even just trying to get off a name shot on trash, you know, you might not even make it, just because it takes so long to queue up. So I feel like sometimes I'll just settle immediately for doing arcane instead.
That spell's already yet. I can't do that yet. It's still recharging. That spell's already yet.
Wasn't paying enough attention. I burned all my cooldowns now instead of on the boss. Not sure what I was doing, but it wasn't keeping track at least.
It's still recharging.
Oh well, let's conclude that we're probably safe anyway. Something just double tap. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's fairly, you know, it doesn't take you long to assess whether or not you're gonna have any positive outcome from trying to use your aim shot. Right, you can fairly quickly sort of get a feeling for the speed with which the trash is dying, and whether you actually need to do something. Oh, that's awesome. BOE, insane. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can see
Nice.
That spell's already yet.
that. Wow.
I need more mana.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
It's insane.
So the mage got his loot, but no gem. Documents, not here.
Can't carry any more of those.
Yeah, so the mage is probably not sticking around for another one. Let's see.
Let's see. Ah,
Yeah.
the hunter is leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get a gem. You didn't get the documents.
Yeah. Everybody's leaving.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
expected.
of course. Well, we got the healers, so maybe we can find 2 more DPS.
Yeah, probably can. What does it look like? That's a good looking staff, right? Yeah, nice. Good stats. That'll last you a long time. And it's purple. I would imagine that that's gonna last you a fairly long time into raiding, even depending on, you know, if you're lucky enough to be the designated target of you know, whatever drops from the raid scene.
Yeah.
At least you're in a position where you can hold that for a long time before needing an upgrade.
Yes. Gem. Archer.
How's it looking here? Could be, yeah. I mean, you can say the itemization is fairly decent, right? Because heavy on intelligence and stamina,
Aggro
and
them.
because that's
Everybody
the
just runs.
spirit is what you have the least of. It's fairly good itemization for all of them.
It's too far away.
Well, we can ask him the guild. Maybe there's somebody who's up for a few runs of the first boss.
Yeah. I think we can actually foreman it, but it would just take longer.
Yeah. You can see. Let's see if there's one more just for the hell of it.
Yeah, a mage would be really nice.
All the classes we don't really have that many of.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a minute to grab another coffee while we wait anyway, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back. Yep, see you later, Stella. Alrighty. I'm back.
Nice. I found a mage.
Crazy gamer. Crazy gamer. Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, he's in Zulfarak. At least he can port to UC
Yeah.
or something.
But he, at least he could still have a... Nice and sunny day in Finland. Nice. We had like one sunny day last week, and now it's just back to classic Danish weather. Gray, cloudy, foggy. There was... When was it? I'll have to remember. Was it maybe on Sunday? There was actually like the slightest hint of spring in the air, you know. And now it's all gone again completely. Yeah. You know, it's not, you know, we're not, you can see that the birds are starting to, you know, get ready for nesting and all that stuff. You know, it's slowly but surely it's starting to get to that point, but we're not quite there yet where it's where it's otherwise really taken off. But yeah, would be nice though, really would. That first feel of spring is just it's just awesome. Yeah. Hey. Dear Geduls. Thanks for the follow, man. That's awesome. It's fun. It's funny, the whole concept of trying to pronounce people's names accurately, right? You just end up butchering somebody's Twitch name horribly, and I apologize for that. It's always like a concern. How do you go about spelling it, right? There can be so many different intentions of how it's supposed to be, and then you either just, you know, completely glance over it or
well,
butcher it.
they get here.
Yep. Didn't realize weather in Denmark is also like that. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. I think Danish and British weather are fairly often quite similar. Very much so. It's it sometimes comes down to, I think, UK for some periods has a bit more rain, but other than that, I think it's very often very similar. Sometimes you can even see that the weather patterns just show that it, depending on sort of which way the whole airstreams are going, either it's UK gets the weather today and we get it tomorrow, or the other way around. So it's almost always the case that there's some sort of semblance. Yeah, so it really is. And I think, you know, if you compare to the we were in the week before last. No, am I wrong? I have, okay, I'm actually, no, the week before last. So, you know, roughly 2 weeks ago. It was a school holiday in Denmark, and so the kids were out of school, and it's typically that week of the year where a lot of parents will go with their kids on, like, let's say winter vacation, skiing vacation, something like that. So we had the week off as well. Kids were out of school. We drove about, what is it, 700-800 kilometers north from where we live in Denmark into Sweden. And even just going from the area we live in to I'm just checking how many kilometers it is. Yeah, 750 kilometers. The you basically we don't go much more than, I'd say, about an hour, 2 hours north into Sweden before the weather starts changing. Hey, Pidgeon, thanks for the follow, man. Good to see you. You know, the weather starts changing significantly, in the sense that, like I said a bit earlier today, in Denmark, we know so far through the entirety of the winter season, we've had 1 day of snow in November and 1 day of snow in February. And all of a sudden, you know, you go an hour and a half, 2 hours north into Sweden, so you've covered 100, 200 kilometers, and you see remains of snow on the ground. It's not necessarily a lot, you know, but you can still fairly visibly see all these changes in some degree of snow that's left over from whatever weather they've had, right? And you think, okay, we're not that far away. It's basically just around the corner, and yet there's already this measurable difference. It can still surprise me. Like, wow, okay, to think that you don't always have to go further away than that before you actually start registering the differences. You are decked out, Gerst. You really are. Fucking awesome. It's a sick blade, really is.
Set. I did. Good.
Winter ski week holiday now in Finland. Hopping inside Canada. Yeah, see ya. Yeah, there's even like the whole week off in Denmark. It used to be that it was the same week throughout all of Denmark, which was usually calendar week number 7. And then at some point on, there was such a big drop off in the labor market for that 1 week that it was like measurable how little was being produced. And so now they've actually
Now
done,
watch
like,
me not
split.
being able to hold aggro against Cursed.
Yeah, you might have a bit more of a challenge now. So now they've actually split the country like in two, not in half, but in two, based on municipality. where they basically have split it out
Fine, they
between
should drop really
week
fast.
number 7 and week number 8. So half the country basically is off one week, and the other half, to accommodate the need to have like a labor force actually being present and able to do something. So, but all of a sudden that becomes an issue for some, because if you have a lot of, statistically, divorces account for roughly 50% of adult population, right? And so if you have parents who live in different parts of even just like the same area, you can be 20 kilometers apart. All of a sudden you have parents who then don't have the same week off. So what do you do? Is it then, the kids end up having 2 weeks off because they get to spend 1 week with one parent and 1 week with the other? Or do you have to then start to sort of figure out, okay, this is my year having this week in which the kids are off, so I'll go skiing with them, and then you get the opportunity next year. So yeah. Or even planning, just like, okay, so yeah, you want to go skiing with us? Yeah, sure, gladly. Friends, if you have close friends and relatives, whatnot, that you typically go with, all of a sudden you might not have the same week off. Let's say the kids don't have the same week off. You as somebody in the workplace can typically just request it, right? But low practical conundrums and challenges.
Carry any more of those. Let's spell this yet.
Yeah. I think we can conclude, really, honestly, truthfully, that, these are first world problems. They really are. Man, they're first world problems. But it kind of just goes to show you where we are, what state we're in, that the inconvenience of when you can actually get to take vacation is a thing compared to certain nationalities and countries and whatnot, where, I'm not even sure you have the same entitlement. So I'm fairly sure that the Nordics, to a very wide extent, are very fortuitous in so many different aspects of, work benefits and time off and all these things, and yet we always end up in a situation where you always feel like you're being cheated or don't have enough. Devout belts. What was the devout one? I didn't even pay attention. Was it caster? Is it like a priest thing, maybe? I'll have to check in a second. Okay, it doesn't even specifically say. That's actually one thing. I don't know if anybody here is I'm
The
not able to
mage
multitask,
running
so
here?
so I had to, when somebody writes a message.
He doesn't have the Kargath flight point.
Okay. Yeah, okay, he's writing. Oh, yeah. He's gonna be a while still.
Is it-
We'll basically be at the boss when he gets here. No, so what I was saying is, I'm not sure if anybody here is strong in,
We might actually clear it once.
could be in add-ons, but I have my I have the details add-on integrated into this panel on the bottom right side for the from my LVUI, and it's set to it's set to sort of automatically show on combat, and then after combat finishes, it shuts down after 10 seconds. The problem is the former version I had, I could basically build it into this loot trade button, in the sense that I could push here and it would hide or show the details. If I push it once more, it would do the opposite, of course. It doesn't work anymore. So now I'm stuck with it starting every time combat starts, and then I have to wait 10 seconds after combat ends for it to drop off. And I haven't been able to work my way around getting it to do something else, which is annoying. Just I would like the convenience of being able to turn it off and on as I want, but so if anybody's whiz when it comes to minor configurations, do let me know, because that's something I would love to get back and up and running. I hate having an add-on that I can't get to do things in the way I want it. I think maybe there's somebody. I'll be right back. I think there's somebody at the door. 1 second. Nope. Just me hearing things, apparently. No. Me. Mage is taking a long time to get here. Running all the way. So, Pixel1. Cool that you're here. First time. I haven't had the pleasure of talking to you yet, but happy to see you. Hope you're liking it here, at least. That's the aim, that we actually are giving, you know, like a guild and everything that people actually enjoy being in, and, you know, feel welcomed and part of something. So hopefully that's the case. And if you haven't already taken advantage of the offer of getting sponsored Guild Tavern and such, you can, you know, drop me a comment on one channel or the other, and I'll be sure to hook you up with one, so you can represent the guild colors going forward. Also, let's see, based on your level, if you end up needing a little bit of gold or something, let me know as well. We can spot you some at least.
First, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It dies faster.
Watch out, troll coming. Ah,
He must be blind or something.
yeah, he's like, nah, that's not my problem. I'll turn around, leave while I can. Yeah, one of the others got this helmet. It seems good stats. Yeah, could be. He's coming back.
Butcher, this is a rare.
Oh yeah,
It's not?
yeah, yes it is. Yeah.
I think.
Rare lead, yeah.
Let's see.
Oh yeah,
Lower-
yeah. We killed him once before this.
Yeah. Butcher. One hand axe and the back. Oh, trash load basically. Everything today, I see.
Maybe the planets are aligning properly.
Yeah. This is the run.
This is the run.
Yeah,
Famous
watch us
last
get
words.
the watch us get the documents and the gemstone before the mage gets here.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
everybody leaves.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can say it with this with the decent speed and progression we're making now. By the time he gets here, he will be done. But maybe at least he'll have the flight path by then.
Yeah, at least he gets that.
Although it's gonna be one of those. Sorry, man. We're, right over.
We gotta go to work.
Yeah. You just missed it. Oh, nothing beats a good cup of coffee. Or maybe few things beat a good cup of coffee.
One drinking. Yes. I feel like not having to wait for the mage to drink for every pool is actually somehow faster.
Yeah,
With
you can
four?
say there are, of
I don't know.
course, some classes that are very, dependent on it. So you quickly end up with
Yeah.
a lot of downtime, depending on, speed as well, right? So you either end up pushing the damage as much as possible, and then you deplete your mana pool that much quicker, or you have to conserve mana, and then the pulls take longer. So it's a delicate balance.
Yep.
And then you have some classes who
Also-
just never have mana issues because they're not dependent on it. So it's
Yep. It also helps that
Some
Cursed is pumping really hard, so
yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he could have. He can do it single-handedly.
Charging. That spell is already hit.
Not gonna be bothered with aim shot. Won't get it off in time anyway. Yeah.
do we have an enchanter that needs this maybe?
Probably, we should ask either Old Horn or Zenithia has one as well, I think, right? Those are the two primary ones,
Yep, I think so.
at least off the top of my head.
That is done.
Yeah, yeah. He's also coming along fairly well as far as I know.
I'm not sure I've seen him before.
New,
Is he new?
Newer priest, yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice.
He was he in the raid yesterday?
No, I don't think so.
Oh yeah, I think he was like I think he said that he couldn't, but yeah, he's been here for roughly 2 weeks or so, fairly active and very engaged. So yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll give it to him then.
Yeah.
Or if you want, I can give it to the guild bank and you
I
can give
mean,
it to whoever.
it's. I mean, I think it's fine. If somebody needs it now, let's just distribute it, and I'm sure we'll get
Yeah.
more opportunities anyway. So
Yeah, we should. Maybe. Later.
it's decent,
Okay.
decent temporary caster boot, right? Good itemization. Bit of everything you need.
Needed those, but
Yeah.
he's not here, so let's see where he's at. He's in Badlands. Oh, he's almost at Gargath.
Yeah.
So do we pull this one without him and do the next one with him?
I mean,
or-
we might as well. I mean, it's still gonna be a while before he gets here, isn't it?
I think
Yeah,
the
sorry.
I think the documents are behind them.
It's good that we're talking. As Zari's in the stream listening, he said, it's a good thing that we only have positive things to say.
Oh, yeah,
Nice guy. Yeah, complete asshole.
Yeah,
No. Yeah.
yeah, but now he needs
No.
he has to sell his services for the rest of it. All right, let's
Yeah,
go.
shit, I'll do that. I'll
Oh,
go
you
use
stay here.
I still have the poison trinket. Might as well use it. 15-minute cooldown. If I don't use it now, when will I ever use it? Oops. There we go. Knocking things over.
That spell's yet.
Managed to get my hand caught on the cord, pulling everything down.
Look for the mage. This is gonna be so funny.
I can't cast that yet.
See if I can get out one more. Okay. Without issue,
That
actually.
spell isn't ready yet.
Boom. The legs. Documents here. Wait.
I told you the pens are
Yeah.
gonna drop. Poor mage. Yeah.
Now we just need the gem, basically.
Yeah.
Well, at least we actually end up maybe getting through all of what we need, right?
Yeah.
Is it how
Oh,
is it? Is the gem tradable, or is it? No, it's soul bound.
no,
Yeah.
it's not soulbound.
Because at
yeah.
least otherwise we could have rolled both of us and then just traded it. But
No,
too
but I
easy.
think I'm the only one. I'm the only one left that needs it. I asked the mage and he said he doesn't
oh yeah,
need
okay,
it.
yeah, fair enough.
And the shaman already has it. So
Yeah, okay, yeah, positive.
maybe we should tell Cursed not to need on it or anything.
I think
Not
he
sure
either
if he
has
needs
it
it.
or doesn't care.
At least the pants didn't go to waste. The shaman needed them.
Yeah, that's nice. I mean, ultimately, anytime there's a piece of gear that doesn't go to waste, it's just a positive thing.
Yep.
You can say even if it's just like an off-spec thing, you're gonna end up in a situation at some point anyway where there's so much gear that just ends up at the vendor anyway. So the longer you can sort of hold that off, the better. Just because everything helps.
Run out.
Yep.
First, run out. Not
Recharging.
yet.
I can't cast that yet. I'm out of range.
Run out. Run out.
We made it again. So let's see here. That one. Turn to target. Yeah.
All right, where is the mage? Oh, he's almost here. Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so all of these are done for the attunement. Go back to Bandlands, turn it in, get the follow-up where you need to go to Etrig and Orgrimmar. I can do that fairly quickly. Pick up the follow-up quest, which takes me back to Slayer End. Yep. And then go in and kill them.
Clearing some trash.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming now. Yeah. 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 So that gets us far along in terms of the quest. Crazy's almost here. So the mage actually missed an entire run.
So it was a 20-minute run, I think.
Yeah. Seems about right.
Uh,
So the next one should be quicker because he's here now, hopefully.
21 minutes, and the first two that we did with a full party, they also took 20 minutes, so it
Okay.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Should we get Oldhorn here?
Oh, oh yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if he's up for it, we can do that.
Is he online? Didn't check. Please.
If you so desire. Eh. Sorry for stealing your fishing buddy. Sorry, buddy, for stealing your fishing buddy. Are you hunting the squid as well, Zari? Is it just like a squid party? Not Squid Games, but close enough. Nice. How's it coming? You having a decent success as well? Okay. Is there okay money to be made from the fishing? Is it specifically the squid, or is there other things that sell as well, or is it more a case of everything else is just vendor? Primarily with Sasuke. Okay, cold purse. It's the I'm asking because I don't know a lot about it. Do the are the pearls a chance to spawn from the fishing pools as well, or something like that? Can you fish them out, or?
Hello.
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 How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful.
Nice.
Oh, we lost her again. You can get the pearls from clams. Okay, yeah, and the clams. Okay, cool.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. We figured you decided, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna leave again immediately.
Yeah.
Let's do this too as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Hello.
I can't cast it yet.
How's it going?
Oh, good, thanks. How about you guys?
Yeah, same, thank you. Very well.
Same.
I am on my way now. I'm just waiting for the Zeppelin.
Yeah,
Don't
just start
shamans
clearing some
have,
trash.
like, two hearthstones? Like Astral Recall or something?
Yeah, I guess depends on where it's parked.
Hello, sorry, can you guys hear me now? I think I have my mic muted.
Yeah, we can hear now. Yeah.
Lovely.
Made 75 gold yesterday,
for the
just
Zeppelin.
fishing. Okay, that's
I
awesome.
think it's here.
So is that basically do you catch the squid, cook it, and then sell it on the auction house, or do you just sell the raw fish? And how long was your time investment? Just sell the raw. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
We only need
haven't-
who is it that needs the gem?
I am.
Which
Yeah.
one do you need?
The first one, just the first boss.
Yeah, that's right.
That's nice. I haven't started
go
doing
ahead.
anything in terms of let's say planning for.
I was saying that
collection
it
of,
actually dropped
gold farming
on our
whatsoever,
first
so,
run,
I'm just
but then the
just
shaman
in,
needed it.
asking questions to get a feel for possibilities.
I
for later.
asked him before if he needs anything. He said just the tier 0 boost. I didn't like
That's
hard
nice.
res it or anything.
So
if he wanted
it's
the
coming
first one.
along.
But at least
fairly-
he stick
fairly
around with
quick
us, and we're
in terms of getting
fourth
close to
run now.
getting them out.
Oh, fair enough.
And yeah, Integrity got his documents last run,
Yep.
and now
Lovely.
we're trying to see if maybe it drops so we can have another UBRS key in the guild.
Yeah, that's great. I've got the second gem, but if you only need the first one, obviously I'll pass on it. So we've got one extra key in the guild.
Yeah, I
You
have the
could
second and the
potentially make a
third.
bit
I
more
actually
cooking
got them
than
both
usual.
on the same run
Temper cook.
randomly.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess also,
I'm
know,
just missing
depending
the
on, of
first one.
course, if you're
Yeah,
if
it
you're
makes more
skilled
sense
up,
for me to
then
just
fair
pass on it.
enough.
So we've got the other key
But
in the
if your
guild,
skill
doesn't it?
is where
Yeah.
you can actually prepare it, you can always there might be a situation in which you're away from the computer for a few minutes
Should
anyway.
we ship or should
So
we
you
just
could,
stay away?
queue up the cooking and then do it while you're away from the screen. But otherwise, there, it becomes the whole cost benefit. Does it make sense to spend the time to cook it to make? Let's say you only if the difference is you make an extra 10 silver versus the amount of time it takes you compared to what you could make extra if you fish more. That's also something that you have to take into the calculation, at least if you're trying to optimize, right? If you're trying to create a sort of an effective utilization of the gold per hour or whatever you want to consider it as.
All this fishing had better pay off in the summer.
What are you fishing?
I'm fishing for the winter squid, which you can't get in the summer. So hopefully, in theory, the price should shoot up in summer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I've got like 12 stacks of it.
And what can you make with it?
It's the it's a you can make grilled squid, which essentially gives you like plus 10 agility for 10 minutes. You know, like it's one of those food items.
Yeah.
Gives you a little bonus.
It's agility. Nice.
Yeah, it's agility, and yeah, you literally can't get it in the summer, so the price shoots up. I mean, it's already like nearly 1 gold per squid.
Per squid. Oh god.
Actually, it's
Wow.
gone down. It's 57 silver at the minute, but the other day it was like 93 silver.
Yeah. But I guess that
I think
right now it depends on supply and demand, right? So if there's a lot of people fishing it, the more on the market, but that will decrease again at some point.
Yeah, I'm planning to keep it all in my bank until like June, July, and then just drop it all on the auction house, and it probably will sell for like 2 or 3 gold a squid.
Yeah. It also depends on the day of the week you're selling them.
Yeah, you got to sell them like on like raid nights and stuff like that, and or the day before
Yeah.
raids.
Yeah, exactly.
What is that usually about? It's usually a Wednesday, isn't it? The reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Yes. Yeah. So Wednesday evening is usually fresh beginning. So
Nice one. So you want to get them on like Wednesday morning.
yeah, you can, and again, it might also be, you know, depending on the typical configuration of how long you want to post it, right? So it's either, what is it, 2 hours, 8 hours, or 24. And 24 is expensive, so 8 hours. People start no later than like, let's say 8 p.m. So by noonish, you know, from noon going forward, that's probably also where most people start being online.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, you got to be tactical with it.
yeah. At the same time, you know, there's also of course then the whole, is that when everybody else starts putting it on? So
Yeah, you just have to make sure. Yeah, I'm not like putting it on when everyone else is also offloading theirs on the
but
auction.
you can say that sometimes you can end up in a situation where you can maybe even then you can start sniping, in the sense of the people are gonna keep underbidding each other to sell theirs first, and at some point the price potentially drops so low that you actually start buying what the competitors are putting up, and then,
Yeah, you
and
can't
then
buy it.
reselling it afterwards. But
Question is if you can sell it afterwards.
yeah. That's always, you know, all of a sudden you end up having twice as much as you started with, because you bought everything with the intention of reselling it, and then nobody wanted it.
Yeah, it's sometimes can be hard to make money on the auction house.
Yeah, I had I mean, this is years back. I sort of there was during TBC there was a specific type of scales dropping from a some sort of wyvern that was needed for some of the high level leatherworking recipes. And I basically, one thing was I was farming them extensively when I had the time for it, and then at some point I found out it was actually easier to control the market, so I was only looking for these scales online. So I basically ended up completely controlling and regulating everything for the wyvern scale on the auction house. So just buying low and selling high, and then every time somebody else would come in and start putting scales on, I would either short them until they actually dropped the price so much that I could snipe their own bids instead. So
Yeah, I've actually been flipping enchanted leather on the auction house at the minute, and that's been getting me a good little bit of gold on the side.
that's nice.
It's good as well because the materials are relatively cheap to make as well. You can almost double your profit if you make it yourself, but if you're just buying it, you can make probably a gold each.
See if I can pop this off before we pull. Come on. One more. There
I'll
we
be
go.
honest,
Do you
the
need the
mooncloth
water?
bags. Oh yes.
Yep. Autobiographer, you have 12,000 tagged kills. Statistics. Nope, it's not the one. Where is it? Events. Nope.
10 hours on my Mooncloth cooldown.
Notes. Nope. Screw it. I'll find it later.
Ah,
We know the drill by now. Just going back and forth here multiple times. We'll have that thing down to an art before we're done. It's a good thing more of these mobs don't have knockback, just because, you know, would be an inconvenience to keep getting pushed over the edge.
I can't cast that yet. I can't do that yet.
Sure, there could be a lot of fun in that. There was when is it? Not sure if it's, maybe it's not until Wrath, but shaman get this lightning ability in which they do a knockback, and that was very popular for some of the Wrath battlegrounds, because there was a bridge you had to cross where you could effectively just stand in the middle and then look to knock everybody off the bridge if they came close enough. So one of those situations where you really have to be aware of the type of opponent you're facing, so that you know whether or not it's somebody you should be engaging in close proximity, so you avoid getting knocked over.
That smells like
Just about here. Yeah. He might actually make it. There was, with the having managed to get to exalted with, no, honored with I can't do that when I'm in combat.
I can't.
Having managed to get to honored with
it's better AoE.
Argent-
Is it
Nope.
better damage to blizzard two mobs instead of single target DPS?
Good question. I think most people who have AoE just tend to use it whenever they can, just because it's easier. You don't have, you know, you can push one button and then you can wait for 10 seconds while it just channeled. So
Yeah, but Frostbolt is also one button, so
yeah, but you have to push it more than once in the same period of time.
yeah, that's true.
So unless you're just rolling your face again across the keyboard, you know. No, what I was saying was that I believe it's once you get to Argent Dawn Honored, there is the you can buy a new type of food that regenerates health and mana, which is nice. But it's, I wouldn't say it's expensive, but it's more so than the standard tavern
I'm
stuff.
here.
Just in
I think it would be
time,
nice to basically just have one type of
get your behind
consumable in
over
your
here.
bags that you can just stack up on.
That's what she said.
Ass.
Mhm.
Find it.
Indeed.
I remember how to get through this bloody maze of a dungeon.
Is it maybe friend? Oh, this one. Yeah,
The first boss is easy to get to.
enriched.
Yeah,
Let's get
not far away now.
health and mana.
I see you.
Hooray!
That smells like
The Mystic
So I can
Heals.
actually get enemy now.
Okay.
That's I couldn't remember. I thought it was honored, but even better.
Should kill this one.
I will look forward to that then. I just need to go grab some at some point. Make sure to stock up on them big time, so you don't have to come back too often.
I can't cast that yet.
Same goes for the, wasn't it the Frostwolf clan where you get the arrows, yeah, which are also an upgrade to what you have now. So right now you have 13 damage per second. These ones are 16.5, but at the same time you only have one vendor you can get them from, so you have to start stacking big time because you burn through them so quickly. So alternatively it becomes a consideration that you have to, you know, rotate them to say, okay, you only use the big ones for raids to optimize that little bit, and then you use the others for just regular dungeons and things like that. There's also a cost consideration.
I need more mana.
Ooh, the rare boss is up again.
Nice.
The
Take
Battle
anything we
Lord.
can get.
Yup.
I l-
Are we shipping? Oh, no problem. Yeah, that one should like first.
Hey, Arcane. Thank you for the follow. Or as I've said many a time before, I apologize in advance if I'm butchering your Twitch name in some manner. It's always that trying to figure out how the pronunciation should be when you see it in writing. So you took the time to create a name that suited you in some manner, and then out of lack of insight into
axe
how it's
that
supposed
looks
to
like
be.
a
Yeah, big
shaving
blade.
razor.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
cool for the RP.
Yeah. The butcher, the barber. Yeah. So sorry for butchering your name, but it's a pleasure that you stopped by. Thank you very much for that. So very much appreciated. So how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It is Friday after all. That does help a little bit, in my opinion. Everything is just that little bit, you know, easier to get through. Thinking about working and playing.
Cheers, man.
Yeah. Are you in a position where
Of
you
the
can
good stuff.
work and play? I mean, I should.
Okay,
I
where's the
am
mage?
at work.
Need to ship.
I am at work. I should be working. I'm working from home today, and I don't think I can so far really honestly say that I've put in the effort that I should. But we're in a position right now at work where it's fairly lax. So
Start
it's
shipping.
not
Come on.
very critical.
Not in the middle of the pack.
So
Pull them back.
yeah,
Pull them back.
I wouldn't say I'm trying to justify it. I've just prioritized differently, for better or worse. So yeah, it is.
Oh,
it's going
fuck.
how it's going.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, to
Same.
the caster
okay.
now.
Yeah. It's think it's for me it's very much a case of you can say that the amount of time needed at work fluctuates quite a lot. So sometimes there's just by default more to
Come
do.
on, drop the.
And so it's sort of like I define it as like rubber band in the sense that so I get some periods I'll give a little bit more and some periods I'll give a little bit less, but in the end it pretty much equates to the same.
All right,
So
we
it's
need the
just not
healer.
it's just not a steady 9 to 5 Monday through Friday.
We're going for another run.
Yeah, let's hope
Yep.
we can get the gem still.
Oh hell yeah,
Maybe Zarizan wants to join.
Could be.
maybe.
Zari, you wanna come for a run? I mean, and again, it's also
What?
I think in
Still
the
here.
in the grand scale of things, it's also being privileged enough to be in a position where you have the opportunity, even just to do what we do or not do what we do, compared to people who work
Zarizan, where
in a
do you have
store or
your
something, where
your Hearthstone?
you have a customer-facing contact,
Please take out
or
off, please.
you're somebody who
Alright.
has a job that's physical in nature, where you're up and about all the time, and then there's us who just spend the whole day sitting by a computer anyway to perform our jobs. So
It's fine.
yeah, it's a luxury problem, big luxury problem, and yeah. But I think, yeah, that's kind of how it is. On the other hand, I feel that you can say, let's
Run
take
out.
an example. If you
I
have
got
somebody
aggro.
who is like a garbage man or something, when you're at work, you are definitely preoccupied from you show up in the morning until your shift ends. And there's no opportunity for things like this. But at the same time, if you take a week off and you go somewhere, you're completely off work. Whereas even when I take a week off, if I go on vacation somewhere, I basically always end up having to bring my computer out of necessity if something pops up that requires attention. So I'm never completely off the clock. So there's a trade-off in that sense, where you're like, okay, the garbage man is blessed in the sense that he knows that, okay, I'm off for the week. There's not gonna be anything coming in unexpected. Whereas I'm like, okay, the phone could ring. It rarely does, but I still always have to plan for things like bringing the computer just in case. So yeah. So I'm not sure which is better. Maybe it's
Well, I
the
mean, we can
conclusion is
4
just that
minutes
it's
easily,
different.
so it's not a problem if we can find a fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. You have people that company accumulate 70 vacation days because they always. Yeah, I mean, and I've had, I've had some colleagues in the past as well who a very big part of their identity also was work. So they were workaholics, and it wasn't something that they were necessarily asked to do, but that's what they enjoyed. And in some of the examples were also, people who maybe didn't have family, they didn't have kids, so your priorities are different. And they were always the ones who had, accumulated such a big amount of extra days off just for the same reason. Yeah. And, fair enough. I mean, some of them, some of them at least were very aware of it
Hey.
and were very good at like
Hello.
actually spending
Hello.
that time later.
Hello.
But some of them also basically would never really utilize any of the vacation that they accumulated. They just, were saving up. Some places there were different restrictions that sort of caused people to be able to not get it. In some places I've worked, you could convert the vacation days into like a monetary compensation. So if you didn't want to spend the vacation time, you could get a cash payout instead. Some places that wasn't a possibility, so you had to either use it or just let it go to waste. And there were some people who would basically just let it go to waste because they weren't really the vacationing types. It's like, wow, okay, that's fair, but I would have done differently, that's for certain. Do we see if we can find one more person for? Can we find one more? Yeah. Yeah, I can follow you. I think there's that same to you. Hope to
That
see
is
you
done.
soon.
Yep.
If you
I think
take
there's
the
that whole consideration,
Zeppelin
some
from
people
Org
people
to
live to
Gromgol
work
and
and
then
some people
fly
work
from
to
there,
live,
it's
right?
it's
I think
faster
that's
than
actually
flying
fairly
to
accurate
Anderson.
in
Oh
terms of
yeah,
summarizing
that's
it
true.
on a very
I could have done
very
that,
general
but I am
level.
already in Undercity, flying towards.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm just
So
saying.
there's like the whole aspect of what are your priorities? What is it what matters to you? Alrighty. I figure I have time for a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
hello again. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Thank you, back.
Alright. Manic, what level are you?
26.
26. Okay.
And a half.
The last half is the important one.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's there's the whole when you're a kid and somebody asks you how old you are. The first many years of your life, it's always important with, you know, if it's a quarter or a half or 3/4 of the way, and then at some point you sort of start dropping off on that, right? You don't. I'm 40 and a half.
I've been
Nobody
20
says
for
that.
the past 5 years now.
Yes, sounds good. I've decided that I am 30 with 15 years of experience.
I have 15 years of experience at being 30. I like that
Yes,
one.
exactly. Yeah. My wife is just consistently 27 and has been for so many years that we don't count anymore. So
Well, that's the most important part. Stop
Exactly.
counting at
yeah.
some point.
That's... Or like the whole I'm nearly 10. Okay, when's your birthday? It's in 11 months. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
It's
Very
rounded
long.
up.
yeah,
Strictly.
exactly. Yeah.
I'm also playing this game for the first time, so I have no concept of how long this will take.
Oh, you poor soul.
Welcome to the
I mean-
journey.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
But I think, you know, there's a lot of different thought behind it, because in the past I've had situations in which I've always rushed to, you know, get to max level, and then of course you start like the next phase, which is all of a sudden, okay, now you need to start getting gear and things. But at some point on, I sort of figured out that if I actually remember to enjoy the whole leveling process and don't feel it's like just a chore that I need to finish to get to the actual game, then the whole mindset changed, and I actually appreciated it much more, in the sense of, okay, there's actually a lot of zones to explore and a lot of people to meet along the way, and, you know, play with the randoms, do a dungeon here or there. That kind of shifted the whole mentality, in the sense of, okay, remember that, you know, if you're spending the first, let's say, 5-10 days of playtime just getting to 60, if that's something that's just like forgotten the second after because now the game begins, you're actually missing out. So
I
Yeah,
think
that's true.
I think it's part of having a goal. And unless you have a goal to go for after you reach that goal, it can be difficult. So if your only goal is to just reach 60, then the game can very quickly become very boring, because
Yes.
now you hit 60.
Yeah.
Now what?
yes, but I think you're spot on. I mean, as well as in the rest of life, you know, anytime you don't have a purpose, you're like a, you know, ship without a course. So it makes sense to always have some sort of thing that you're working towards. But I think you can sort of split it up into, you know, different concepts along the way, to say, okay, my first goal is getting to 60. It's not my first goal is getting to be best in slot raid geared, because that's so far down the line that there's going to be so many milestones before that.
Yeah.
But I think also, if you look at WoW, even when you get to max level, there is constantly new raids, new expansions. You start over every time, so the goal keeps, you know, moving. You know, the finish line keeps sort of moving in front of you. So there's always more to do, right? And even if you end up in a situation where you've sort of caught up with everything for your specific character, hey, they made more classes, so you can always find a purpose. It's mostly whether or not it's something that appeals to you, I guess.
It was one of the things that really surprised me. Like, I had no idea about the whole attunement process. And when I actually got to 60 and figured out what I had to do before I could even feasibly raid, I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's actually one of the interesting parts of Classic. They've s- Once they progress through expansions, they've started not doing that,
Yeah.
and it wasn't
It's
too
TBC has it as
interesting
well.
anymore.
There was also quite a lot of attunement needed.
Yeah. Karazhan has a
Yeah.
very long one, but after TBC,
Yeah, it dropped
just
off.
less and less. Yeah, they had less and less.
I'm just gonna pretend I know what half the things mean that you just said.
Yeah, don't worry. It's you can be perfectly fine without it for now. So
No,
Very
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
just-
understanding surprisingly much. I've been playing
Cultivated
MMOs basically
population.
my whole
Welcome.
life. It's
I
not
do
that
hope you'll
different,
drop
but
a
I've never
follow
actually
before you
played
leave, even though you're just here to say something.
World of Warcraft or World of Warcraft Classic.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I'm terrified of dungeons because I started playing with a group and they didn't have a healer, so I went healer, and now they are all level 60, and because I dropped out for like a few weeks.
Yep.
And now I have to heal randoms, and I don't want to because randoms are dumb.
Yeah. They're either ungrateful or they're complete asshats. So
Oh yeah, and if you're a new healer as well, people
Yeah.
can be rude.
yeah, they're very unforgiving sometimes. I mean,
Like, I don't think I'd have a big problem with healing. I've healed in a lot of MMOs as well, but
hey, Jackie,
just the fact
thank
that
you for the
this
follow.
game has DPS, has melee DPS is already like, yeah, okay, people are gonna get hurt and people are gonna blame me for it.
Yeah. But there's the whole flow chart, right? That says if the tank dies, it's the healer's fault, and if the DPS dies, it's the healer's fault. If the healer dies, it's probably their own fault anyway. But
I think.
And the reality is, it's probably the DPS's fault.
I think it actually helped me a bit since my character started on hardcore as a new player. I think it actually helped a little bit because people tend to be the majority of people tend to be a little bit more cautious.
yeah, of course. But there's more at stake as well, right? Because here,
Yeah.
there's no punishment in other than a corpse run.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, and I can still, even though I've played tank for the majority of my, let's say, WoW career, I can still find myself in situations sometimes going into a dungeon with randoms where I'm like, this could very well be one of those times where I'm either considering, killing myself afterwards or having to, park my tanking career forever because they just suck the life out of you.
The main thing is not actually like, yes, having to heal randoms, and I can deal with the abuse. I'm used to it, but I also don't know the dungeon mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's that trying to learn a dungeon while being yelled at is not great.
But thankfully, the mechanics are still so decidedly few for anything from a leveling perspective that you can't get through all of it without actually caring.
Old Horn, can you get inside?
Oh, sorry.
Title of your sex tape. Sorry.
Wow.
Alright, buff up, let's go. So Manic, you can do dungeons with guildies. I think it would be a much better and nicer experience for you than just killing randoms, because most of the people out there are assholes. So.
Yeah,
Oh
it is.
yeah, and we can actually just like pause and explain things if you need
Oh.
it and stuff.
Didn't I reset this? Oh,
No,
go back
we've
out.
got that, yeah. Let's go outside.
Yeah.
But there's
Go back.
always it can be challenging, right? And it can ultimately take away even just the fun of playing. So it is a delicate thing, and I try to be good at always remembering if I've done a run with others, even if it's just randoms, that you always, if you actually appreciate the effort that the tank and the healer put in, that you address it. Something as simple as just saying, thank you for, either putting a group together, putting a raid together. Thank you for, or good job healing, good job tanking, goes such a long way, because there are people on the other side of that screen who could potentially have been concerned ahead of time, right? How it would go, or if it's going to be another ungrateful lot of players. So I think being good at sort of bring in a positive vibe and giving like an affirmation after is just, you know, it's such a small thing, but it has such a big impact for somebody else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
fair.
Back in.
But it just very quickly becomes like a tendency that if you have something negative to say, you'll be quick to say it, but the other thing never happens, right? People are not inclined to be throwing compliments left and right, which is, you know, is kind of tragic. That's the mental approach that we have. That, you know, same at work. You know, that you're gonna be looking a long time for somebody who has something, you know, nice to say, but you can be damn sure that as soon as there's even just a paperclip positioned wrong, that you'll be hearing about it for ages. So
Yep.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where as soon as you get to the point where it's assumed, then you don't really appreciate it anymore.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. It becomes, you know, very much just taking for granted everything in
Like
so
the
many.
absence of criticism becomes the like affirmation or whatever.
Wait for the pet.
See if I can pull this one really quick to get it to trigger the trap, and then I can always feign. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's not gonna make it on time anyway. Oh well, it's dead. Failed horribly. Failed horribly at my one task. Close enough. See if I can wind up a big one.
Cast them yet. That smells brilliant. I can't do that.
No timing. Yep. And you. Fingers crossed we might actually get this done now.
Yes, I hope so. Oh, that is done. Take this.
Oh, yeah.
And this.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Alright, let me pull these.
We're getting to a new level of engagement on the Discord guild server right now. There's a poll going on whether or not you leave your tea bag in the cup when you pour the milk. You know, this is some next level stuff going on here. It's
I can't cast
in my old guild, my co guild master and I, we had a long-standing recurring topic centered around whether or not you put pineapple on pizza, and we very much disagreed. And it basically ended up being almost like a meme situation in which any time a new person joined the guild, it was basically like the only interview question asked of somebody, you know, was what was their standpoint on pineapple on pizza, because it sort of gave an indicator of which camp you were gonna end up in if you were pro me or pro him. And it, you know, and for a new player who shows up in the guild, you know, like day one, like, hey, welcome, so quick question, that was sort of what you were met with. It was, you know, it was funny. It was funny to see because it always threw people off, just because it was so random and so, you know, completely just showed up out of nowhere. And I actually ended up at one point on, I was interviewing candidates for a position in a team I was building, and it was so fresh in the back of my mind that I actually on the spot ended up posing it as a question. to a random person, you know. So never met that person before, and then just as we were wrapping up the interview, I was like, you know, I actually have one follow-up question. What's your standpoint on pineapple on pizza? And thankfully, he took it very cool. He was like, oh, that's actually a fairly serious question, and I'm not sure I feel comfortable answering that on the first day. But if you must know, and it's like, okay, that was okay. If he has that sense of humor that he's okay with on the spot, sort of having to deal with something as absurd as you ask him, then it can't go wrong entirely. Yeah, so that's where I have matured to nowhere. It's similar to what I tell my kids. You know, my main let's say my main goal here in life is to give them a very nuanced approach to everything from humor to nuances of things like irony and such. So you can never expect a whole lot of what I say to be true or be meant as anything other than a joke, because I'm always testing them. I'm always trying to figure out if they can sort of see through some level of complexity, because I do believe that it will give them an easier time in life later, being able to either shrug off people who have completely offbeat sense of humor, or people who have a morbid sense of humor or something else like that. So I'm always pushing the boundaries for what they can expect, just to try to give them a fair representation of what they might also come across later on, and be capable of dealing with it. Because I think that the majority of the time the conclusion is that the more situations in which you're able to shrug it off and say whatever, the better you're off. The issue becomes if you take everything you hear for granted, or you take everything you hear seriously, then things are going to be tough, because there are so many aspects of what it means to exist nowadays. Right? There's so many levels of things in which you can go wrong and discriminate and whatnot. So being able to have like have a standpoint in which you say, yeah, I think goes a very long way. So I'm really trying to give them the best means to be able to tackle what life will bring them going forward.
Nice.
Let's hope it works out according to plan, of course. Never know, but not running out just yet, but
Any Taylor that wants that?
No, I already
I've
had
already
it.
got that one.
nope, not a Taylor.
Alright. I'll grab it for my alt then.
Sounds like a plan. See if I can just make it. Success. Why is it always a wolf for some reason that I pull? Maybe it's because it's the least threatening target, so Bib isn't necessarily managing to grab it specifically. It's more all the other mobs he's grabbing. See if I can get away from it. And otherwise I'll just run back and forward like a headless chicken. Ooh. BOEs. Nice. Anywho, we're up to 49 followers, so we're slowly but surely getting there. 50 is the target, which is nice. All of a sudden, it seems manageable compared to, you know, when we started out. It felt like a mountain to climb in terms of getting it. Thankfully, with so many very good-natured guildies, we are close, which is awesome.
I can't cast them yet.
Time flies. I'm not sure where the time went. It feels like let's see, Biv was helping me with the Hinterlands Elite quests. We started early with that, but we
That spell isn't ready yet.
probably
Charging.
we got here, yeah, around 11. So all of a sudden we've already been here 2 hours. We haven't moved past the first boss, so it's you can say deliberately, of course, because I needed to find the important Blackrock documents for the quests so I can continue that, and we needed to see if we can get an extra gemstone for Biv so he can finish his key. So we've been farming first boss consistently for the past 2 hours, just trying to get it, and rotating people in and out of the group because some people have to leave and some others pop by and then they have to leave. So let's hope we can get it now. There's only a 30% drop chance on the gem. That's why we've had to do it on multiple occasions as well. So
That spell isn't ready yet.
we're making fairly good speed considering there's only 4 of us.
Yep.
Yeah.
And anyway, this dungeon isn't really for 60s. It's for
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
50s.
Yeah. So, but even, you know, having, because we've been running for 2 hours, we have sort of a benchmark for, you know, what speed you can do it in. So
Yeah.
yeah, I do also all of a sudden.
But I'm
notice
sure this is the last one because it
Yep.
will drop now
it's this is
again.
I can feel it.
Don't jinx it.
I do all of a sudden notice that you know it is 1 p.m. and I actually am starting to feel a little famished. So it might be that I should get some lunch soon as well. But time flies when you're having fun, and all of a sudden,
Charging.
it's way past lunchtime. Anywho. Another one showed up. Managed to pull him once more.
Can't do that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
So what? I think I basically had a multi-shot crit directly into his back, even though he was just in front of me. So even though Biv had just managed to get aggro, because I was in melee range, the threat I needed to surpass Biv by was so small that it sort of triggered immediately. Sorry about those.
Sometimes.
Series of fortunate crits all of a sudden goes quickly. Worst case, I won't pull aggro once I run out of arrows. That's any consolation.
Which one is healing? The Mystic, I think. Let's kill the Mystic first.
Yes, it does.
I can't cast that yet. I can't do that yet. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging.
Okay. Mana?
A mana. Let's kill the Mystic first.
Yep.
And then boss, I think. Okay. And the mage at last. Doesn't do that much damage. Alright. Everyone ready?
Indeed.
Yep.
Alright, let's go.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Better get in there and pop my trinket so I can get some use of it while I still have it. Gonna be replaced soon enough. Now you go with this guy instead.
I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't carry any more of those.
Hmm. Sucks. No gem. Once more.
Who jinxed it?
Yeah, I'd say.
Manic Medic.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
So once again, you're blaming the healer. Yeah.
I'm not even there.
Exactly.
I don't make the
Well
rules.
played. Well played. But this is how tough being a
do I
healer
need
is.
those for?
You don't even have to be in the dungeon to get blamed anyway.
Oh my, mine's are better.
That is.
Oh,
I would go so
What
far
now?
as to say that that is really rough.
You wanna go and turn in the quest and get the one for Rend and maybe run some UBRS? I don't wanna keep you guys here all day.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I can pop out and hand it in. Then I need to go to Orgrimmar anyway before I come back, and
Yep.
might as well get started. That this is gonna take a little while anyway, and I can step out real quick, grab some lunch, and then we can always see if we can find a group for UBRS after.
Yeah, same. I was thinking the same.
Okay, let's do that. It's not over. We will live to fight another day then.
Yeah, I'll come in another day maybe.
We put in too much effort to give up entirely, but
Zaridan, Allhorn, you guys down for UBRS in, I don't know, 30 minutes, an hour, something like that?
Yeah.
Do you need to do a full run or just like a rend run?
basically just run.
Just
but-
a Rend.
Yeah,
Rend, yeah.
Yeah.
He needs,
probably
Integrity needs
easier,
the head
easier to
I'm
just
down
find
for
that,
for
right?
the quest.
I'm down for whatever, guys. To be honest.
Cool. Yeah, but let's. I'll get started on the follow up, and then we can see how quickly we can be ready.
Nice one, yeah. I still need the ring from the last boss of UBRS, but not like desperately at all. So I really don't mind.
No, let's see.
Well, we're
the more
gonna need
guildies we get,
to
the
do
easier I assume it would be to do a full. But let's see what
Yeah.
we can find.
We'll need to do a full run anyway. When he's gonna need the blood of the
Yeah,
last boss.
there'll always be another full run of
Eee.
UBRS because people are going to need to do a few full runs for attunement
Yeah.
quests and that. I think.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just
Okay.
log off here, and so I'm close when we get back.
Yep.
I'll go grab some lunch, and I don't know. It's gonna take about 30 minutes
Yeah, it's fine.
for me
Same
anyway.
here. Yeah, I'm gonna head off and get this follow up finished.
I'm gonna half and do some stuff in Org, but I'll head back over.
All right.
There's somebody at
See you
the
in
door.
about 30
Give me
then.
a second here. Sorry about that. Somebody just showed up with flowers. Surprisingly enough. Turns out that the because we sold our house. We bought a new one. We're moving in a couple of months. And on Wednesday, the future owners had asked if it was okay if they came by with a contractor who was going to be doing some measurements for some different things they wanted to change about the kitchen and everything. And I was working from home anyway, so I said, yeah, sure, feel free to stop by. And so they, there were two different contractors showing up, and the sort of the agreement we had made was that it was going to be between noon and 1 p.m. And the first contractor showed up about like 11:15, and then the new owners showed up like 11:30 because they'd gotten a call from the guy who said that he was on his way, and they were like, oh, you're gonna be early, we better show up as well so we aren't like an inconvenience. So they showed up, and then when the first contractor was done, it was barely even noon. And the next contractor wasn't supposed to show up until sometime between 12 and 1, and it ended up being like 12:30. So before we knew it, they'd basically been here for almost 2 hours, And they were like, "Oh, really sorry to inconvenience you." And I was like, "No, you know, it's fine. They were there. There was no sense in like either getting annoyed by it, and I couldn't really do anything to, you know, get them out before they were done anyway. So they just were the ones who dropped off some flowers now, sort of to show appreciation for the trouble that they had given. So that's nice. Nice recognition, at least, you know, small thing, but still." I think that I will actually be considering closing down the stream by now for today. Gonna take some time grabbing the follow-up quests, and then I might only have maybe an hour or two before I have to head off anyway, so I think I'll wrap up for today, and then probably look to be back as of Monday. So if you're still actively watching, thank you for being here. Pleasure once again. And there's going to be more to come. I hope we can also, maybe even as of next week, start actually doing like streaming of possible guild raids. So that's going to be super awesome. So thank you for stopping by. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see you again. Thank you for the engagement. It's always super great that you are actually, you know, chatting and everything. So so thanks for that. That's really, really awesome. And I hope to see you again next week. So take care for now. So long. And have a great day.